Attention in the paddock. This is your 10-minute call to the grid for Group 9. Second round qualifying. This is your 10-minute call to the grid, please. Call to the grid for Group 9. 10-minute call. And the track is green for our first qualifying session of the morning as Group 9 making its way out on track. These are modern GT and American stock cars in this group. In provisional qualifying yesterday, Pierce Marshall was quickest in the number 3 Corvette C7R. Colin Comer was second quick in the number 16 Mustang GT1 Trans Am car. Lance Wiskirchen in another Trans Am car, another Mustang, the number 33. Was third quick. Rick Dittman in the number 24 2016 Corvette was fourth quick. Adam Rupp in the number 70 Mustang Cobra was fifth quick. Rocky Eli in the sixth position in the number 41 Corvette C7. All six of those from the GT1 class. Quickest of the GT2 competitors was Todd Trefford in the number 12 Nissan GTR. He was seventh overall. In the GT3A category, Benjamin Myers in the 29A Porsche 4-liter Cup car. Charlie Peter in the 166 4-liter Cup car was second quick in the GT3A category. Andrew Myers third in the number 51 Porsche. Of the stock cars, Pat Womack was quickest in the number 11 Toyota Camry. Samuel Lecomte was second quick in the number 29 Monte Carlo. Third among the stock cars was Brad the Bullet Dahmer in the number 45 Chevrolet Chevelle. The SCB category, Claire Schwendeman was quickest in the Chevy Monte Carlo, number 20. In GTS, looks like Ike Keeler in the number 5 Oldsmobile Cutlass Trans Am. And finally, in the SCC category, Craig Olson in the 23 Ford Thunderbird was quickest. So we'll see if anybody can better their times from yesterday and move up the order. We'll have qualifying races for these groups this afternoon after our first feature race of the weekend, the first of 2 races for the historic Formula One cars. That'll be coming up right after lunch at 1 o'clock. About halfway through this session, Pierce Marshall atop the charts once again in that number 3 Corvette C7R. His time this morning a 2:05.9, a 2:04 flat yesterday, so within about a second. Joe Nemechek made the biggest improvement in the number 47. He did not turn to time in provisional qualifying yesterday, and he is third fastest at 2:11.456. That is just about 2 seconds quicker, a little more than 2 seconds quicker than the fastest stock car in yesterday's qualifying. So Nemechek's going to be a factor at the front here in that 2006 Toyota Camry. Charles Wicht, quickest among the GT2 cars, 5th overall right now with a 2:13.2. Todd Treffert was quickest yesterday at a 2:10.7, so there's still some pace to be found in the GT2 ranks for sure. Mark Bowden, quickest of the GT3A category cars, mostly for the Porsches. The Cup cars. Bowden, a 2:13.295. Quickest GT3 car yesterday was a 2:12.8 by Benjamin Myers in the 29A. So Bowden's within about half a second of that pace right now.
Just about a minute left here in the session on this Saturday morning. As a observation, this is a sports car Saturday, according to the notation. We have Fast Friday. This is a sports car Saturday. And a race day Sunday tomorrow. WeatherTech Vintage Weekend here at America's National Park to Speed. Thanks to those of you joining us on our YouTube stream. Wish you could be here. It's a little cloudy today. This start very reminiscent of the other day starting. By the time we got to the mid-afternoon, we had some sunshine and a pretty nice day. But this day probably not going to get much brighter as far as lighting-wise. Cloud cover going to be pretty consistent today for the most part. But it's going to be a good day here at the racetrack. Highs in the 70s, maybe up into the 80s, depending on if we do happen to get any sunshine later in the day today. But just about set to go checkered here for Group 9 qualifying. Pierce Marshall, the number 3, that Chevrolet Corvette, the C7. On top of the board, as John mentioned. So checkered flag is out here at start finish as well at the TireRack.com WeatherTech Starters Bridge. Welcome to America's National Park of Speed on this WeatherTech Vintage Weekend. Again, as he's pulling on the pit lane right now, the 11 FedEx Camry, that is the president of WeatherTech, Pat Womack. He's got a couple cars here this weekend. Had a great conversation with him on the stage last night. Really want to thank Pat for taking time to just, talk about, his vintage history. He was a BMW dealer for about 20 years before the WeatherTech folks. David had brought him on staff, and he just was just a gentleman with his time. Appreciate David Hobbs and Edsel Ford II for stopping by as well yesterday. And, of course, Adam Carolla stopped by again last night. Stopped by twice last night, in fact, on the stage and had a chat. Great guy, funny, passionate gearhead. You can just tell it's all about the cars.
Yep.
And it was great having him here, and we'd love to see him come back year over year. This is a great weekend for just a lot of cars. Race car parade was fantastic last night, as we mentioned a little bit earlier this morning. But this is a great weekend here at America's National Park of Speed. But thanks to everybody who stopped up on the stage last night. Looking forward to tonight as well. Got a couple of guests already lined up.
Sweet.
So obviously, some folks we had scheduled last night weren't able to make it. But if you were there last night, it was really difficult to move around. So I can imagine that I got stopped about 15, 20 times of, hey, aren't you the guy? Yes. Yes, I'm the guy that wakes you up every morning. But it was hard to get around at the real midpoint of the parade yesterday. It was really difficult to move around last night, especially in the back half over by Gessert's and the Paddock Club. We were right across from Siepkin, so we had a power generator running behind the stage, and you'd get a waft of exhaust fume every once in a while, which is great. I mean, we're all gearheads. We love the exhaust smells. But the best part was it was actually more intoxicating with the gasoline smell with the steak sandwiches. Yeah. You could smell the steak from Siepkin's across the road. So every once in a while you get this whiff out of the kitchen. You're like, oh, that smells really good. I'm getting hungry for a steak sandwich. But no, we had a great time last night. It was a ton of fun. If you didn't go down last night, you missed out on a fantastic event. And looking forward to the exotic sports cars tonight on this Saturday at the WeatherTech International Challenge. It's a vintage weekend with Brian Redman. Of course, as we mentioned, Brian not able to join us this weekend. All the best to the Redman family. They had some family situations that they needed to take care of this weekend, and family first is our motto here at Road America. Absolutely. And everybody in that paddock area is our family. We consider you guys family, and fans too. And we're thinking about Brian and the family, and I know they truly wanted to be here, but all things considered, better off staying at home and taking care of things. So we'll handle everything in victory lane. I promise I will not do an impersonation of Brian Redman. He is one of one, and I don't think you can really duplicate his interview style. But I will try to manage in victory lane tomorrow. But in all honesty, it's great to have this event linked up with such a great legend. Uh, Talking to David Hobbs yesterday as well, I introduced him to the crowd as the unofficial mayor of Elkhart Lake to a lot of laughs and applause last night. David kind of chuckled a little bit, but we had a good time. Gino Carini stopped by yesterday too to say hi on his way back home. It's just down the street.
Yep.
Uh, but no, it's a fantastic event, and you know we love the race car parade. We love the sports cars on Saturday nights too of this weekend, and it's just great seeing all the cool stuff.
Exactly.
All right, looks like we are about set to get back underway, under power here on this Saturday. This is Group 1 qualifying 2.
Modern prototypes making their way out on track. In provisional qualifying yesterday, James French was quickest in his number 45 Ligier JSP 320 from the P3 category, a 1:59.797. So James got a lap in under 2 minutes. John Gooden was quickest in the Modern Sports Racer 1 category, the number 29 Elan DPO2. Travis Engen was quickest in the P1 category, the number 12 Audi R8 LMP. In P2, Tim Roberts was quickest in the number 213 Orica FLM09. Tim was at a 2:08.2. In the MSR 3A category, Awais Sadiq, local driver from Elkhart Lake, and the number 069 Norma was quickest in that class. In P4, Thomas Erb in the 03 Crawford DPO3, first generation Daytona prototype. So just under 2 minute lap from James French was quickest of the closed body cars in yesterday's qualifying. Red flag here on the track as we have a car that has caught on fire, actually, at the bottom of the hill at Hurry Downs. Safety trucks literally right on the scene as the car rolled to a stop. They've already got the flames extinguished, it appears. Driver's out and okay.
Have some visual confirmation that the driver is out, okay, hopped out. It is definitely a in fuego in the engine compartment, but that is the 069 of Awas Sadiq here out of Elkhart Lake. That is a 2014 Norma. Safety team right on station. That's the fortunate part. It's never a good thing when a car wreck goes in flames, but the fortunate situation is that the turn 9 safety truck is there within about 5 seconds of the car coming to a stop. So, I mean, seconds matter, but didn't have to wait for someone to get there quickly. Taking the bonnet off right now. But safety team just making sure everything's okay. He is just on the outside of the racing line, it appears, where he did came to a stop. But someone else did stop on the racetrack and was making sure he was getting out.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Yeah.
We were just talking about this, how the paddock area is a family, especially with these vintage events. You always see someone, asking, what do you need? How can we help? Etc. And obviously safety, big concern here too. But drivers out, okay. Car, not so much, but car is rebuildable. Yeah, we can. I think the situation is now safely at hand. So we'll get you a look of it. I see the fire retardant material, but heads up driving by Sadiq there, and got offline, and the fire retardant is off racing surface, so everything seems to be at hand. That's definitely a scary situation in a race car. So there is the cue to come back out onto the race course here on pit lane.
Obviously, there'll be a bit of a delay. They'll most likely have to get a tilt bed there to get Oasis car up on the tilt bed to get it back into the paddock area. So just a little bit more delay. The clock continues to tick as we try to stay on a time certain schedule to the extent we can. Group 10, you are next up, and you've got about 10 minutes, a little more to get to the grid. So consider this a 10-minute call to the grid for Group 10. As this session, no drivers had completed a full lap, so we don't have any times yet on this one.
Bring a Trailer and their official tire partner Michelin are awarding 4 complimentary sets of tires to owners of vehicles on display at the Bring a Trailer gathering at the Motorplex. Michelin and Bring a Trailer are pleased to announce that the first, second, third, and fourth set of tires being given later this afternoon. So a couple of different tire offers from Bring a Trailer, and there are some exotic cars over at the Motorplex starting from about 9 o'clock on to about 3 o'clock today as well. So we'll certainly share some of that with you. Now, there's a couple of cars out on the Motorplex right now that they're starting to stage as well this morning. We're starting at about 9 o'clock in about a half hour or so from right now with Bring a Trailer and the official Michelin concourse here today at the Motorplex. I think it's they said 200 cars I think were expected over there, so that's kind of cool. Last night, leaving the parade shortly after about 8:30, 8:40 last night, came around the corner of the Osthoff and saw a mid-'80s Testarossa. That was, I think that was for my generation, kids that were, Hot Wheels in the '80s. That was like the de facto car that you'd never picture seeing in person.
Right.
Especially if you were a consumer of the Miami Vice television show.
Yeah.
Well, the only time you ever saw those types of cars.
Yep.
But yes, I'm a little biased towards Camaros.
Understood.
I'm a Chevy guy, but We're just talking about this morning with the track photographers that come in. So those of you that don't know, we wake you up at 7:30 every morning, usually 30 minutes before on-track activity, but we're usually here between 6:30 and 7 o'clock or a little bit earlier, kind of going through our day, setting up everything, making sure that all of our stuff is working so that we can bring you the best show that we can. And but the track photographers we're talking about Testarossa there, and very rare to see an F40 as well.
Yeah, yeah.
A couple years ago, there was an F40 that had come during the Ferrari Challenge weekend, and that was a fun weekend too. All red, all the time.
Can't be a Ferrari if it's any other color.
Yeah. But although they do have the the Italian blue cars,
Right.
but yeah, the red, white, and blue is kind of those are the three primary colors I think that you see most Ferraris these days.
Yeah,
Um, that are at least of historic value.
sure.
Black would be the other, um, but no, it was always cool to see the different cars, and we talk about it ad nauseum sometimes here during this weekend, but this is when we change our name to Phil. This is what this is called. This is Phil.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
uh, that being said, situation at hand over in Turn 8. They're still in a little bit of cleanup process. Car is going on the rollback right now, so just about complete over there.
Yeah, they've got the sweeper truck there to clean up any of the fire retardant that's still there on the runoff area before we send the cars back out.
So I'll see all the doors pop open on the prototypes. It gets a little warm in there.
Yep, trying to keep things nice and cool for these drivers on this cloudy Saturday morning here at America's National Park of Speed. Cleanup is just about finished at turn 8. The tilt bedder is on its way to the paddock, and you can see the sweeper truck's going to make another pass over the fire retardant there in the runoff area, and then we should be good to go here to send these cars back out if that's what they elect to do. We're getting near the end of this session, so 2 minutes has been given to the cars standing by, so race control will make every effort to get these guys one more flying lap at least, because we didn't even have a single flying lap for this session. So Group 10, let's make this a 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning for Group 10. Last call to the grid, please, for Group 10 for qualifying. And the green flag being shown here at start finish. Drivers buttoning up their doors, crew members getting out of the way at pit lane. Everybody's headed back out. Keith Freezer in the number 20 WeatherTech LMP1 car. Just turned the quickest time of this session, a 2:03.189. And that is quicker than the quickest P1 time from yesterday, which was Travis Engen at a 2:04.4. So Freezer atop the pile in this session. James French second quick at 2:07.6. Almost 6 seconds off his pace from yesterday, where he got under 2 minutes. Brian French, though, did improve. He's third quick in this session in the number 25 Ligier JSP 320, a 2:10.957. Couple seconds off his best time from yesterday, so no improvement overall for him. Mark Brannon, quickest of the Modern Sports Racer 1 category cars, the number 78 Elan DPO2. It's a prototype lights car. Travis Engen in the 12 Audi and Phil Stratford in the number 95 Elan DPO2 elected not to come back out after the red flag stoppage. Looks like Engen's time third fastest overall yesterday. 2:04.4 will stand for second fast amongst the P1 cars, with Keith Freezer in the Zytec setting quick time of the weekend so far for the P1 cars. But the P3 of James French, that sub 2-minute lap yesterday, still stands as the quickest car among the closed body cars here this weekend.
And don't forget, race fans that are here at the racetrack, bring a trailer at the Motorplex today from 9 until 3. And then many of those same cars, I would imagine, will also be downtown as well. But great to have Bring a Trailer here, presenting sponsor of the parade last night. And their display here with Michelin back in the Motorplex area. And here's a look at the Motorplex area. If you can't see that, probably need to see an optometrist. And I would imagine there's an optometrist or two here in the paddock area as well.
I would think so. Yeah, no problem.
But that's where the Motorplex is, inside the carousel. So head on over there. They've got their VIP area set up as well. Some cars will be out on the Motorplex for the majority of the day today till about 3 o'clock. As well, but head on over to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. You see their new timing and scoring building for the Road America Kart Club over there as well. Looks a lot like our Victory Lane over here, as well as our paddock shop.
Very nice.
Nice Camaro pulling in there.
Yeah. Speaking of Camaros, there's one heading the parade on the way out on track as our Group 10 cars making their way out.
In the broadcast business, my friends, that is what we call a perfectly timed segue.
Yeah, exactly. And we're not talking about the upright scooters.
Yeah. And it's not spelled the way you think it is either.
Yeah, exactly. Group 10 are modern GT Challenge and Cup cars.
Peter Cunningham headed out with one of the Acuras. A couple of real-time cars in this group as well. And you can't miss those Dayglow Orange real-time cars. There's Peter coming out of pit lane right there. We asked him ever so nicely, and of course he said yes, but Peter will be one of our guests tonight if everything works out according to plan.
Awesome. So
great to see him last night. Adam Carolla obviously had some rear braking issues with their car. And was able to get the first session in, only ran 1 or 2 laps in the second session because it was pretty red laden.
Yeah.
Or black flag all laden last night. And they did say that it should be good to go for today in Group 8. But for the parade, he drove one of the real-time Acuras.
Oh, nice.
And, of course, promptly made fun of Peter a little bit, said he didn't like the throttle response. It was slow, you know.
Yeah. These Hondas.
These Hondas, you know, he's making fun of him, obviously. You know, he goes, if you like that front wheel drive kind of thing. It was pretty funny. But no, it's all in good fun. I think that's part of the camaraderie here, you know, in the paddock area as well. Is you've got your makes and models that you're loyal to and root for, and yes, even root against a few times, I'm sure. But everybody's here for a good time.
You betcha.
This is a party. It's a family. The whole vibe of the weekend is the same every year. It's just laid back and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
the cars are the stars here this
exactly.
weekend. I mean the drivers take nothing away from the drivers and the mechanics and the crew that keep these beautiful cars together and on the racetrack. And by the way, if this is your first time here for a vintage weekend, paddock access is absolutely open. You can come and see these cars up close and personal. There's no additional charge for a paddock pass or anything like that. And I encourage you to do that, to see these cars beautifully prepared, sometimes better than they were when they were first raced. So easy to stroll through the paddock and see these cars up close. You'll find most of the owners will be more than happy to talk about the provenance and the racing history.
There's a few occasions where you actually have to walk away because they're feeding you too much information.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's all in good fun too. There's something to be said for someone that's passionate about their car and likes to share it with the world, and that's what's really important about this weekend. And that's what we're all about here. And like I said yesterday, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes for this racetrack to bring this event, bring the parade, bring the concourse tonight. There's so many logistical things that have to fall just right to make it a perfect day. And yesterday was about as perfect as you could have gotten for that last night. And just want to thank all of the spectators and teams for participating. It was just a fantastic feeling last night. And lots of people walking up said they appreciated the playlist from yesterday. I can't necessarily promise that we'll do Yacht Rock all the time, but based upon everybody's feedback,
at least for this weekend.
This weekend, the Yacht Rock has been the popular one.
Well, anything with Steely Dan in it's okay with me. So
yeah, Steely Dan, Toto, Player, but we definitely have found a playlist that seems to be kind of just all right. It's a slow jam. All right.
Yeah. It's kind of a laid back weekend.
Yeah, it's the vibe of the weekend. We're just here to have a good time. Sit back. If you're lucky enough, sit back with a few cocktails that you don't have to go on track or
right.
have to be working like we are.
Right.
Which that is the only negative to this weekend is we
exactly.
The bourbon glass is empty until after 8 o'clock again tonight.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, on the first couple of flyers now, there's one of the real-time cars across the start and finish line. Going into turn one. It's amazing how these touring cars, category GT3, considered GT5 within the category. Like the Porsche Caymans are technically GT5 category. Some of them are, some of the Mustangs are GT3. Really good chat with Edsel Ford II yesterday, talking about the Dark Horse Mustang program with IMSA. They feel it's a really good place for the car. The car really likes this racetrack, they think, based upon the introduction of the car last year, and that program has grown leaps and bounds.
And it sure looks like they're going to do some testing here next week, because we saw their haulers parked down there outside of Bill Mitchell Bend as I came in this morning. So
last minute tire test, I would imagine.
Yep.
But we've got beautiful machinery on the track and even in the paddock area as well. I keep looking at some of these campers that are here this weekend, like the camp van, the motorhomes. I like the bus over an 8. That's a nice touch.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's a Fleetwood or not, but good friends over at Rev Group build a lot of those. Of course, they're a long time. We're a sponsor here for a couple of years with the IndyCar race. Still part of the Expel family of cars as well.
Yep. In provisional qualifying yesterday, Keith Clark was quickest in the GT3B category in his 3.8 liter Porsche Cup car, a 2:17.6, and he's atop the board in the early going here, but just one flying lap so far in the books. Mark Bowden goes to the top of the charts with a 2:19.1, but again, we got second flying laps just now beginning to show up on the timing board. In the GT3C category, Nick Pekarsky was quickest yesterday in the 3:31 3.6 liter Porsche Cup car. In GT5, Eric Polupchuk in the BMW 335 was quickest in the 24 car. A 2:28.2 was his best time yesterday. Max Fedler was quickest of the GT4 cars in the number 5 BMW M2, all the way from Denver, Colorado for Max. Nick Pekarsky finding a little more pace than he did yesterday. In the first two sessions, we didn't see the top times improving from yesterday's provisional qualifying, but not the case here. Pekarsky second fastest overall with a 2:20.3. He was quickest of the GT3C cars yesterday, but at a 2:22 and some change. So he's a couple seconds under that. Mark Bowden quickest overall with a 2:18.5 in the GT3B category car. Keith Clark still a little faster based on yesterday's time. In fact, he's second quick in this session with a 2:19.6. He was at a 2:17.8 yesterday for the fast time of this group as Mark Bowden rolls down the pit lane in his fall line BMW M3. Just a minute remaining in the session. We've got a car pulled off at the driver's left, and he's just now continuing. Driver's left at Canada Corner, but he's able to get that car refired and is making his way through Thunder Valley right now. Mark Bowden still setting the pace in this session, a 2:18.5. Just about a second under his best time from yesterday. He was at 2:19.5 in yesterday's session, so Bowden's found a second, but not quite as quick as Keith Clark from yesterday's session. Keith turned a 2:17.8, set the quick time of the race group. Clark is right behind Mark Bowden in this session, only about half a second back with a 2:18.9 right now. Nick Pekarski still quickest of the GT3C cars in the 331 Porsche.
Checkered flag down at 13.
And he's a couple seconds quicker than he was yesterday as well. So beginning to see some faster times in the second qualifying sessions from this third race group. Tension in the paddock. Let's make this a final call to the grid for Group 13. Historic F1, Group 13. This is your final call to the grid, please. Top three in each of the contested classes. Mark Bowden quickest in the 46 BMW M3. In the GT3B category, Keith Clark was second in this session, although he's quickest overall so far this weekend. In the 3.8 liter Porsche Cup car, Brian Carlson third in the Camaro Z28, number 8. That's in GT3B. In GT3C, Nick Pekarski quickest in the 331 3.6 liter Porsche Cup car. Jimmy McGlynn in the 110, another 3.6 liter Porsche Cup car. And Peter Cunningham in the number 42 Acura TSX. Your top three. In GT5, we got Robert G. quickest in the number 20 Porsche Cayman. Eric Polupchuk in the number 24 BMW 335i. It's an E92 Bimmer. Was second quick. Colin Schmitz in the number 497 Porsche Cayman rounds out the top three in that class. In the GTS2 category, Brian Hunter quickest in the 37 Acura NSX. Thomas Hayes in the number 191 Porsche 911. And Jim Bader in the number 131 Panos GTX, your top three. Finally, just two cars in the TCR class. Craig Crass quickest in the number 36 Kia Optima over John Whitaker in the number 88 Honda Civic FK7.
Road America would like to recognize our 2025 season corporate partners, the Aaron's Company, Sargento, Haggerty, Corvette, Briggs & Stratton, Brown County, Austin, Straubel Field, TireRack.com, WeatherTech, and C-Tech Cabinets. Our entitlement sponsors: Expel, Bank First, Motul, Bring a Trailer at Kohler Credit Union. Our food and beverage partners: Palermo's Pizza, Mission Foods Tortilla and Chips, Sargento Cheese, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Lakeside Pepsi, Torquay Coffee, Carbless Cocktails, Molson Coors, and Plank Road Distillery. Our fire and safety sponsors: Jefferson Safety, AMR, Crete Trucks, Bobcat Plus, Wheelan Engineering, Finish Line Towing, Safety Clean, and Soundhouse Hearing Protection. Our partner organizations: Quick Trip, Spark Ops Fabricators, Wisconsin Lighting Lab, Sign Me Up, Skag Power Equipment, Yamaha, H&R Springs, Milwaukee Tool, Jim's Golf Cars, Mulch Express of Wisconsin, Catalyst Exhibits, Sheboygan Chevrolet, West Bend, Third Coast IT, Edenvalder Stone, Gravely, Clean Tools, Collins Classic Automobiles, River Run Press, and your Wisconsin Lottery. Some wall repair going on over at turn 12 from the sounds of things, so we may have a little bit of a delay as well. But don't forget, starting now at the top of the hour, some cars starting to line up over at the Motorplex, Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Bring a Trailer I think they were expecting around 200 cars there from the area. So 2 minutes on the grid as well has been given. So 2 minutes to go on the grid as well on this Saturday morning. But again, bringatrailer.com here with some cars. There's a throttle stop tent just in front. I want to thank Throttle Stop. They put a lot of their display out on Thursday night for Edsel Ford II. Had a nice presentation out there the other night. And Throttle Stop, of course, one of our sponsors of our street drags on Tuesday nights here on the front stretch. So along with West Bend Dyno. So see that there's a few folks putting some fresh cars up onto the Motorplex. Here's a Ferrari for you. There's a Testarossa right there.
That's a Testarossa right there.
I think that might have been the one that I saw last night.
Was it white?
It was indeed.
Yeah, I bet that's it.
Sweet looking car.
I can't imagine there's too many of them.
Oh, I can't imagine not. Kind of a cool looking GTO back there as well.
Yeah, no kidding.
There you see the grid for our next race starting to shape up. The unsung heroes of a race weekend. I mean, we talk about a lot of times the corner workers and the safety team. We couldn't be on the racetrack without them. But I tell you what, the tireless effort of the grid marshals.
Yep.
Those guys running up and down pit lane, running up and down the grid, putting cars in order, and that's a thankless job on a race weekend.
Right.
Today's not bad because you've got some cloud cover. It's mid 60s, lower 70s right now. But I'll tell you, when it's 100 degrees outside and it's sunny, and you got cars running next to you for about 5 minutes as they're warming up all the components before they go on the racetrack.
Right.
It's a lot loud, not a little loud. It's a lot loud, and it's a lot warm.
Yeah.
But thank you to all of the corner workers, safety workers, as we always say, but our grid marshals this weekend especially, because you've got some bigger groups as well. June sprints and the runoffs, you end up with about 80 spec racer Fords on the grid usually. So, it's a thankless job, but we appreciate all of their efforts down there. It's definitely one of the most important ones here at the racetrack.
You betcha.
To be fair.
We had 9 cars turn a time in provisional qualifying yesterday for our historic Formula One group. Nick Grillo was quickest in the number 35 March 761 with a 2:11.1. Richard Grillo was second quick by about 2 seconds, almost 3, at a 2:13.9. Doug Mockett in the Penske PC4 was third fastest, another half a second back. Paul Hagar made it a quartet of Formula One cars at the front of the field. He was another second and a half back at a 2:15 and some change in the 1980 Tyrrell 010. In fact, he's just now rolling off the false grid. One of the Grillos also heading down the line. Both of them now making their way out. So now we've got 11 cars taking part in this session of the 13 that are here this weekend so far. In the HFA category for the 1600cc Formula 2 cars, Todd Willing was quickest in the number 22 March 76B, a 2:17.3. Second in HFA was Josh Bowler in the number 119 Chevron B29. In the HF2 category for the 2-liter cars, Kyle Buxton in the 17 March 77B. And Mike Plotz in the number 72 Ralt RT4 was second quick amongst the HF2 cars. But we'll see what the pace is here. They were in at the end of the day yesterday. It was our last session, so we didn't have the full field out there yesterday, but we got pretty close to it today. The March 751, Robert Blaine is the one with the high airbox. The 75 version of the March. The 761 was derivative of that in the following year in the 1976 championship. And they dispersed with the high air box in that car. Both Robin Hurd designs in March. This was back in the era when multiple cars of the same design competed in the championship. The 761 was pretty popular among privateers, among them Frank Williams, before he formed his own team in 76 and 77. Many of the privateers using that March 761. It had a reputation for being fast, but also being somewhat fragile, as a lot of retirements, DNFs from those cars. But Ronnie Peterson was able to put it on the pole at Zandvoort in 76 and won at Mazda in 76. As we're just waiting on the first of the field to cross the alternate timeline down in Thunder Valley. And we'll begin to get some times this morning. Robert Blaine, the first of them in that high airbox 751, number 9. A 2:18.4 on his first flying lap. He did not take part in the provisional qualifying session yesterday afternoon. Mike Plotz already making a big improvement. He only turned a couple laps in yesterday's session. A 2:24.8 was his fastest, and on his first flying lap in the HF2 Ralt, he's at a 2:22.4, so he's already 2.5 seconds quicker than he ran yesterday. Kyle Buxton still quickest of the 2-liter Formula 2 cars in the March 77B, number 17. But again, it's early days, only a single lap so far. Attention in the paddock. Let's make this a 10-minute call to the grid for Group 8. Group 8, this is your 10-minute call to the grid, please. For second round qualifying, Group 8, 10-minute call to the grid. Nice battle between the two marches a year apart. The 751 with Robert Blaine, the number 9 with the high air box. Just about 3/100ths of a second quicker than yesterday's quickest car, Nick Griot in the number 35, 76 March 761. Virtually a dead heat at the top of this field. Kyle Buxton, quickest of the 2-liter Formula 2 cars in the number 17 March. Kevin Leclerc, third quickest of the Formula 1 cars in the 41 March 761. Travis Engen, fastest of the 1600 Formula 2 cars in the number 1 Ralt RT1. Ron Turinek's first car after leaving Brabham. And forming Ralt. Tony Smith in the number 15 Chevron B27. Didn't turn a time in yesterday's session. He's 10th quick in this group. Randy Homel in the 09 Brabham BT40 also did not turn a time yesterday. Nick Griot still a couple seconds off his provisional pole setting time from yesterday's session. Richard Griot brings the number 34 into the pit lane as his crew having a look as we're in the closing minutes of this session. Paul Hagar going a couple tenths quicker than his best lap yesterday. He was 4th fastest yesterday in the number 3 Candy liveried Tyrrell. A 2:15.7 this morning. He was at a 2:15.9 in yesterday's provisional qualifying. So Hagar moving up a couple spots. Richard Griot is going to head back out and do another flyer here after his stop in the pits in the number 34 March 761. Checkered flag in the air. And Nick Griot's DFV sounding a little unwell on its way down toward turn 1. High-speed misfire. Robert Blaine is still going to hang on to the top spot in this session, a 2:13.2, but that's a couple seconds off the pace set by Nick Rio in the 35 in yesterday's provisional qualifying. Nick's second fast in this session by about a quarter of a second. And then Paul Hagar, third fastest in this session, setting his best time of the weekend so far. Just about 2 seconds further back in the Tyrrell. Doug Mockett in the Penske did not turn a time in this session. He was third fastest in provisional qualifying yesterday with a 14.3, and that'll still keep him in third spot as it stands right now. As final call to the grid for race group 8. Group 8, this is your final call to the grid for qualifying, please.
Here's a look at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Some cars have started to make their way around. I said last night at the parade as well on stage that at home, one of the very first websites that opens up when I open my web browser is Bring a Trailer. It's a fantastic site just to check out what's out there, what people are doing, you know, from project cars all the way up to fully restored items, and I can't afford 3/4 of it, but it sure would be nice to create a bucket list of cars. And you can definitely do that with Bring a Trailer.
Oh yeah, no question. Nice Westphalia camper van there. Over by the domed tent, you can see a nice XKE Jag.
It's like an old RX-7 over there in the back.
Yeah.
Is that a Land Rover or Bronco? One of the two. Over in the back. But bringatrailer.com, presenting partner of the Concours d'Elegance, the parade last night for the race cars, and all these cars on display from now until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So head on over there to the inside of the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex.
You can see a guy trying to convince his wife that he wants to buy one of these cars, I think.
Well, this would have definitely been the weekend to bring an open trailer.
Yeah, no kidding. That's why they call it Bring a Trailer.
And there is the Bronco I was referring to. Thought I saw it kind of off in just the nose of it sticking out.
Nice C1 Corvette right there next to the tent. And that's a Firebird, I think, third up from him.
Lots of cool cars on that website. Lots of cool cars here this weekend.
You betcha.
And looking forward to the concourse tonight, 6 to 8, downtown Elkhart Lake as well. Getting ready to resume on-track activities well here. The WeatherTech Vintage Weekend with Brian Redman at America's National Park of Speed. Thanks to our folks watching on the stream this morning as well.
Cars on their way out for Group 8. These are historic medium displacement production cars. Lisa Hansen was quickest overall yesterday in the HGT1 category in her 1969 Porsche 911S, a 230.898. Todd Treffert in another 911 was second quick yesterday in the same class in the number 41. Frank Beck, quickest of the HGT2 cars yesterday in the number 59 Porsche 914.6. Quickest of the vintage D Sports racers was Ethan Alexander in the number 38 Legrand Mark 18. Robert Van Zelst, quickest of the SSB cars in the number 2 Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car with the Rothmans livery, a 240.226 for Van Zelst. In historic B sedan, Randy Alexander was fastest in the 070 Datsun 510. A 243.4 for Randall. I think Marcus Gookie was quickest of the HGT4 cars in the number 101 Porsche 911, 2-liter Porsche.
He won a first reserve last night.
Oh, nice.
Ecstatic.
I'll bet. Yeah.
There's a few of them that had gotten either reserve or first place last night, and we're like, really? It's a beautiful car, guy.
Cool. Frank Beck in his number 59 Porsche 914.6, making his way back out on track as he stopped after his warm-up lap. Attention in the paddock. Let's make this a 15-minute call to the grid for Group 5. Group 5, this is your 15-minute call to the grid, please. Todd Trefford setting the provisional pole here, a 2:29.5. That's faster than our best time yesterday by Lisa Hansen. So Trefford on his first flyer, a 2:29.56 in that 72 Porsche 911. George Ballback second quick in the number 0 66 911. 2:36.2 for Ballback. Not quite as quick as he was able to turn yesterday, so Trefford making a big improvement on his first flyer. First car under 2:30 in this race group in qualifying. Todd Trefford continuing to set the pace here in this session. The only car under 2:30 at 2:28.6. He's almost 4 seconds quicker than the second fastest car, Craig Sutherland, in this session at in the 117. He's at a 2:32.5. Lisa Hansen's best time from yesterday's session will still stand for second quick at a 2:30.8, but Trefford a couple seconds under that, more than 2 seconds under that. So definitely finding some good pace in that number 41 Porsche. Ten-minute call to the grid for Group 5. Group 5, this is your 10-minute call to the grid for second round qualifying. 10-minute call to the grid for Group 5. Closing minutes of this session. Todd Trefford still quickest overall in the number 41 Porsche. Provisional pole time at 2:28.608. Lisa Hansen in her time from yesterday in the 1:10. Looks like she'll start in the off pole at a 2:30.8. Craig Sutherland, second quick in today's session. With a 31.8. Fritz Seidel, third fastest among the HGT1 cars in this group with a 32.4. In HGT2, Frank Beck in the 59. Porsche 914.6, quickest with a 2:32.045. Not quite as fast as he turned in yesterday's session. Tom McGlynn, second fastest on the road today in the number 8, 914.6. And George Ballback in the 0, Porsche 911, third fastest in today's session. In the HGT3 category, John Daniels Jr. in the number 13 Sunbeam Tiger, fastest in this session. .971. Jamie Jackson in the number 70 Porsche 914.6. Second quick, Ed Dulski in the number 15 Datsun 260Z, third fastest. In the HGT4 category, Marcus Cookie in the 101 Porsche 911 2-liter, fastest over Tim Holmes in the number 53 Datsun 240Z. In the SSB category, Robert Van Zelst fastest, as he was yesterday, in the number 2 Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car. Joe Donovan in the 469 Porsche 911 SC was second. Kimberly Meyer in the number 20 BMW 330 Ci, an E46 BMW, was third fastest. In the SSC category, Gino Carini fastest in the 127 BMW Z4. Jessica Jonk, second quick in the number 28 BMW 325i. Chris Simpson, third fastest in the 44 Saab 900. In the Modern Spec Racer 4 category, Keith Conroy in the Renault Sport Spider, number 57, fastest over Jensen Wettenkamp in the number 33 Renault Spec Racer, the original Spec Racer. In the HB sedan category, Ike Keeler fastest in the number 14 Datsun 510. Marshall Moore in the 185 and Randall Alexander in the 070 make it a sweep of 510s in the top three positions in that class. Group 5 next up. Vintage and historic sports racers. here come our Group 5 cars out on track. Juan Gonzalez was fastest yesterday in the CA4 category in his number 11 Lola T282. A 2:17.732. Stuart Cook was fastest in the historic B Sports Racer category in the Chevron B36, number 141. Thomas Grunna was fastest in the CA5 category in the number 71 Relco Can-Am. Brian Garcia, fastest of the vintage A Sports Racers in the number 14 1965 Cheetah Roadster. In the vintage E-modified class, Nathan Thompson was quickest in the number 124 Lotus 23B. Ron Pace, fastest of the C Sports Racers in the number 6 Lola T492-496 with Kohler power. Doc Bundy, quickest in the vintage B Sports Racers in the 02 Lotus 23C, a 2:30.4. Stanley Fulton, fastest of the vintage A Sports Racers in the number 36 Lola T70 Mark II. Juan Gonzalez atop the order once again in the early going here in that Lola T82. I don't know the provenance of that particular car, but if it is indeed a 282, it may be a unicorn. From what I could determine from the Lola Heritage site, it was the only one built with the 3-liter DFV Formula One engine in it. Makes a beautiful noise. Juan put it to good use yesterday at 2:17.7. Quickest by about a second over the rest of the field. And he's quickest in this session by about half a second over Brian Garcia in that thundering Cheetah Roadster, number 14. Most of the Cheetahs were coupes, and this is one of the rarer Cheetah open top roadsters. Jeff Miller, good to see him out there. He did not turn the time in provisional qualifying yesterday. Ron Pace in the team car, the number 6, was quickest in the C Sports Racer class. Jeff in the B Sports Racer class in his 77 T496 Lola with the Kohler power plant. Juan Gonzalez goes a little quicker than he did yesterday, still fastest with a 2:17.708, just about 0.03 of a second faster than he ran yesterday. Brian Garcia, still quickest of the A Sports racers at a 2:20.6, just about half a second off his best time yesterday, which was a 2:19.9. The 36 Lola T70 Mark II of Stanley Fulton being shown the meatball flag, basically indicating that they may have a mechanical problem. They being called around the track for dumping, perhaps some fluid leaking out of the left rear of that car. So they're asking him to make a call to the pits so they can check it out, make sure it's dry. Jim Busgaloo in the number 7A Lola T294 goes to the top of the B Sports Racer field in this session with a 2:20 flat. Not quite as quick as Steve Cook's time yesterday at 2:18.7. Steve Cook right behind him in second spot in this session. in the 220.2, so only about a quarter of a second separating him from Buzgaloo, but Cook's time from yesterday will still stand as the pole in that class. Juan Gonzalez, as we mentioned, has gone marginally quicker than he ran yesterday, so he'll hang on to the pole in the CA4 class. Ten-minute call to the grid for Group 7. Group 7, this is your 10-minute call to the grid, please. Group 7, 10 minutes. Stanley Fulton showing the meatball flag for the second time by in his Lola T70. Closing moments of this session. Juan Gonzalez leading overall and in the CA4 category as the checkered flag comes out. Second in CA4, William Dreary in the 198 Shelby Can-Am. In the vintage A Sports Racers, Brian Garcia in the number 14 Cheetah. Fastest over Tom Shelton in the 62 Lola T70. And Lynn Larson in the 146 Genie Mark 8. In the vintage B Sports Racers, the 7A of Jim Buzgaloo. Quickest in the Lola T294 with a 220 flat. Steve Cook just about a quarter of a second back in the Chevron B36, number 141. And Jeff Miller in the Zero Cola-powered Lola is third fastest in that group. The top three separated by just half a second. So that's going to be a good battle this weekend. In the Vintage D modified class, Josh Bowler, fastest in the number 95 Lotus 23B. Andrew Furia in the number 31 Genie Corvair. And Dan Chapman in the number 52 Brabham BT8, your top three. In CA5, Timothy Nichols in the number 41 Nuart Can-Am. And Thomas Grunna in the number 71 Relco Can-Am. Both of those Can-Am reconstructions, if you will, or tribute cars. In Vintage E-Modified, Matthew Gessinger in the 26 Laboa Mark II. Quickest over the 25 of Willis Murphy Jr. in his Elva Mark 7S. And Mike Helgren in the number 57 Bobsy SR2. As Group 7 standing by. Got just a little delay here as we've got a wrecker heading out to a stranded car at turn 3. Yeah, the car off there at turn 3 is the 14 of Brian Garcia, who's quickest of the vintage A Sports racers in that Cheetah Roadster. It's the BTM Cheetah, Bill Thomas, the brainchild behind the Cheetah, was one of the cars that General Motors encouraged to challenge the Cobras, the original generation Cobras with the AC bodywork. And the Cheetah, kind of unusual in order to improve the handling. It was a mid-engine, meaning a front engine mid-engine basically, so the engine behind the front axle. So far that the differential hooked right to the back of the transmission bell housing. So as you can imagine, the driver's legs were under the exhaust manifold of that big 6-liter GM V8, and especially in the coupe versions, the drivers would say you could tell if you spent too much time in the seat because the smell of baking flesh would alert you to the fact that maybe it was a little too hot for that day. So driver cooling was a bit of an issue for that car, but it makes a beautiful noise, and they were very fast indeed. Yeah, it looks like we're going to need a tilt bed to get Brian Garcia's car back out of the runoff area there.
Welcome to Road America race fans. No matter the weather, protecting your vehicle is a priority and vehicle for years to come. From Tech Care, the complete line of detailing products that help keep your vehicle looking like new, to the Floorliner HP, the next generation of high-performance floor liners, you'll find everything you need to safeguard your ride at WeatherTech.com. I think WeatherTech, the vintage weekend here at America's National Park of Speed. My name is Eric Miller alongside John Fippen. We are set to get cars rolling off of pit lane, off of the grid here. And you see these are more modern wings and slicks machines here in this Group 7 qualifying 2 on your Saturday morning.
Modern Formula cars, including Formula 5000s. Of course, the French family with their two 1997 vintage Formula One cars in this group. James French set the quick time in provisional qualifying yesterday, a 150.989. He was in the 140s earlier in the day, but just didn't get enough clear track in a session yesterday that was interrupted by a red flag. So a lot of the drivers only got a couple flying laps. Anyway, Brian was quickest in provisional qualifying yesterday, or James, excuse me, was quickest in provisional qualifying in the Jordan 197. Dudley Fleck was second quick in the modern Formula One class in his number 22 Lola BO2 champ car. A 157.421 for Dudley. Hans Peter was quickest in the modern Formula B class, the number 66 Swift 016. A 2:01.033 for Hans. Gustavo Jacquemin, fastest of the modern Formula A cars, in the number 2 Dallara IL02. That's a Dallara Indy Lights car. Gerald Sikulski right behind him in one of the 97 Lola T9720s, Indy Lights cars. Also in the MFA category. Bruce Hamilton, second fast amongst the MFBs behind Hans Peter. Bruce in his 06 Swift 014 with the Mazda MZR power plant. Jim Wright, it was quickest in the Formula C, number 30, Swift DB4. James French and Dudley Fleck chasing after each other. Mark Brandon right behind them in the number 5 Lola Indy Lights car. See Brian French out there as well in the Benetton Formula One car. He had trouble finding a clear lap yesterday. Was only good for 10th fastest in that number 8. But James should have some clear track out in front, so look for him to set a quick lap here on his first flyer. Trouble for the 12. Dead stick here coming down in front of us. That's Seb Coppola in his Lola T192. And he has rolled to a stop just past our vantage point here from the finish line tower. Driver's left, waving yellow flag being shown here at the starter's tower to warn the upcoming drivers that there's a stranded car there. James French on his first flying lap, a 1:53.592. Not quite as fast as he turned yesterday. And they're going to go black flag all to recover this car of Seb Coppola. Safety truck arriving on the scene of Seb Coppola's stranded Lola Formula 5000 car. Should be able to flat tow it. I don't know if they'll do the, yeah, they're going to go to do the button hook into pit out, it looks like. So it should be a pretty quick extraction. Again, just one flying lap for most of these drivers, so these times not particularly representative of what we'll see later on in the session. Let's make this a 10-minute call to the grid for Group 6. Group 6, 10-minute call to the grid, please. 10 minutes.
If you consider an outlap of a 1:53.5 to be, you know, just kind of leisure pace.
Yeah, just sort of, yeah, exactly. Well, he only got 2 laps in yesterday, and he was at a 150.9, so, you know, that's not quite the 143 we saw earlier in the day, but traffic is definitely an issue for these faster cars.
Let's get things back up and running here in just a couple moments as well. Don't forget, bring a trailer down inside the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Love their slogan, for the cars you love, the people who love them too. It's a great site. Like I said, I look at that just about every morning. There's always something new to check out.
And always something that I can't afford but want dearly.
I could. There was a meme the other day on Facebook that said, if I threw in $50 and someone else threw in $499,050, that we could go racing. I'm like, yeah, you race on somebody else's dime. Absolutely.
That's the ideal situation.
That's the goal, right?
Yeah, exactly. To have enough talent that you can get somebody to pay you to drive a race car. Yeah.
Update. I'll see what more I can find out, but it appears that when Colin Comer had pulled aside, the transmission had let go, so he had a box of neutrals for the Mountain Dew Mustang Cobra.
Green flag is up for this session.
There's a stock car in the paddock area just driving through. That is actually a Fred Lorenzen car.
Cool.
Kind of cool to see that here this weekend. Just pulling through near Parker Johns at the moment. And just a reminder to our competitors, as well as those race fans that have your vehicles in the paddock area, please make sure that we're keeping to safe speed, 10 miles per hour for race vehicles in the main paddock area, main paddock road, or the outer rim road, 15 miles per hour the speed limit. But just be mindful. There are little legs and little eyes and excitement, and some folks darting in and out. So just be careful and cover the brake, and just be safe out there on this Saturday. Big crowd on hand downtown Elkhart Lake last night. That crowd is repeated today here at the track. So great to see everyone here at the racetrack. Green flag back out. Race cars back on track.
Starting to see a little liquid sunshine here on the front straightaway. Umbrellas popping up in the pit lane as the starter donning his rain gear.
You see the general speed of a few cars over in turn 3 has come to a little bit slower pace here. Just looks like this is a very small passing.
Yeah, looking at
nuisance rain.
Looking at the radar, yeah, there was a little cell heading this way that was kind of dissolving as it made its way east. So this will be a brief shower if it lasts at all. But it will kind of put paid to any faster laps, I think, from this race group. So with that, it looks like James French's lap from yesterday will stand as the provisional pole for this afternoon's qualifying races.
And it's it looks like there's a lot of water over in turn 3. You've seen some rooster tails now as James French had gone through there quite a bit slower. It's definitely progressively heavy. Looks like over in turn 3, black flag all coming out due to the wet conditions. These cars out there on slicks, so not something you want to see with these race cars on track. So black flag all due to the weather. And it's definitely coming down really hard now here on the front straightaway as well. And the micro ecosystem that happens here is we can have 3 different weather conditions at this racetrack at one time. We've had it happen during our spring vintage event where we had sunshine, rain, and snow all at the same time. So
when your racetrack is 4 miles long, it covers a lot of ground.
So it does not appear to be liquid sunshine over in Canada Corner at the moment. But the other end and here on the front stretch, it is rather heavy.
And that will dampen things a bit for qualifying, obviously, because these sessions coming up until the track dries again, as the checkered flag being shown along with the black flag. The upcoming sessions most likely will realize there's no chance of improving on their time from yesterday with a damp racetrack, so that may cut back the car count just a bit for these sessions upcoming. So just to recap, the session just concluded. These times are not particularly significant. But in the MF1 category, James French fastest in the number 11, 53.5. Dudley Fleck in the Lola Champ Car, second quick with a 2:04 and some change. Brian French did not get a clear lap in the Benetton for third fastest in the number 8. In the historic Formula 5000A category, the 4 of Paul Dudiak in the McKee. Mark 12 was quickest. Seb Coppola in the Lola did not complete a lap. In the H Formula 5B category, Philip Lewis fastest in the 25 Matic A50. Ted Wentz second fast in the 24 Lola. Jim Stengel in the number 75 McRae rounded out the 3 in Formula 5B. In the modern Formula B category, the 06 of Bruce Hamilton set the quickest time, as he did yesterday, but again, faster yesterday by a pretty comfortable margin. As we are making ready for a Group 6 historic big bore production and GT cars, again with a very wet racetrack here on the front straightaway. I'm guessing a lot of these cars will just head back to the paddock once they're released from the false grid.
Well, we've got some cars coming out onto the race course. In the wet session now. So these are cars that would have, most cases, some tread on them. To DOT tires for a few of these cars, but those that are prepared for a little bit of a dampened condition headed out on course on this Saturday morning. So this should be hopefully heavy but brief, and then we get back to our regularly scheduled day. But Group 6 Q2 is on course.
Todd Treffert was fastest yesterday in his number 41 Porsche 911 RSR, the Baby Turbo, a 220.181 for Treffert's quickest time. Jody O'Donnell was fastest in the A production class in the number 46 Corvette Coupe at a 223.7. Samuel Lecomte second fast in the A production cars in his Corvette Coupe, number 167 with the red, white, and blue livery. Rick Mooney was quickest in the B production class in the number 42 Corvette Roadster. Claire Schwendeman, second fast of the B production cars in his number 137 Corvettes. It was a Corvette sweep of the top of the time charts, with the exception of the Porsche of Todd Treffert. Tim Cornelius in the Trans Am number 47 was fastest of those cars in his Camaro Z28. Damon DeSantis, quickest of the Group 6 GTU cars in the number 82 Porsche 911 RSR. In the vintage A sedans, the John Spires in the number 28 Ford Mustang. In the Group 10 SSA category, George Biscup was fastest in the number 11 Mustang FR500. In the HS Plus class, Robert May was fastest in the number 13 Dodge Challenger. Pat Womack was second in the 10 GTO class to Todd Treffert. Womack in his 3.2 liter Porsche 911. Yeah, we had 41, make that 39 cars turn a time in yesterday's session. Only 14 have come out to play today, and I'm guessing many of them will elect to shorten this session, because I say chances of their improving their lap times are pretty much non-existent in these wet conditions. But it doesn't hurt to get a little wet track experience in case it's damp for the qualifying races this afternoon. Good to check your wet weather setup. 10-minute call to the grid for Group 3. Group 3, this is your 10-minute call to the grid. John Spears quickest in this session in his 1967 Mustang. His best time yesterday was a 2:29.9 in the dry, a 3:16.3 in the wet. Darren Lavaris in the number 56 Mustang GT, second quickest in this session at a 3:17.7. His best time yesterday, 2:32 and some change. George Biscup, third fastest in the number 11 Mustang. So it's a Mustang festival at the front of the field here. His 2007 Mustang FR 500C. Five-minute warning, 5-minute call to the grid for Group 3. Group 3, this is your 5-minute call to the grid. Just a reminder for those of you taking part in the lunchtime track touring laps, assuming that they proceed, weather permitting. Begin to form up, if you would, at your staging area just east of turn 1 at noon for the 12:30 start of the track touring laps. Again, that is pending a decision on the weather.
Calling all kids under the age of 12. Well, maybe a few adult kids too. I mean, we're all kids at heart, right? All kids age 12 and under, stop by Road America's Family Fun Zone. Compliments of Bank First today and tomorrow to try your hand at some fun activities. Great viewing, seating, and grandstands in the area from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Coloring Corner, activities with Jean the Balloon Lady. The Bank First Family Fun Zone next to Los Amigos Locus. The concession stand on the outside of Turn 1, south of the VIP Tower. Bank First Family Fun Zone today and tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Compliments of Road America. Race fans looking for something to do after the races, make your way downtown to Elkhart Lake for some incredible cars tonight from 6 until 8. Luxury and exotic sports cars all lined up in the heart of downtown. It's the perfect way to keep the excitement going. Stroll on by 6 to 8 tonight. Seats are still available for the special private screening of Adam Carolla's acclaimed documentary, The 24-Hour War. Documentary follows one of the most famous battles in racing history, Ford versus Ferrari. Definitely a must-see for everyone, not just motorsports fans. Don't miss out on the opportunity to watch the film with the director himself tonight at 8:30 at the Tufte Center. You purchase your tickets online at roadamerica.com. Still some liquid sunshine popping up here and there. This cell that kind of exploded within the last about 15, 20 minutes. And might have a couple more behind it. but it does appear to be brightening a little bit out there. But cars on track here for Group 3 qualifying. So far, we've had 3 takers.
In dry track qualifying yesterday, Steve Forer was quickest of the Group 3 cars in his Ralt RT41 with C Sports Racer bodywork. A 2:17.9 was his quickest time in the modern Spec Racer B category. Mark White was quickest in the Sports 2A category in the number 963 Carber CS2. In S2B, it was Jim Cope in the number 50 Swift DB2. But again, only 3 cars have come out to play. A couple Sports 2000s, John Boxhorn in his number 89 Carber, and Noah Arundel in the number 3 Carber. Philip Lewis, the only modern spec racer, in the number 17 Radical SR3, the only 3 who've come out to play in these damp track conditions.
It looks like John Boxhorn is on pit lane right now. Out and in. Other 2 cars made a little bit later exit from pit lane on the exit of turn 14, and we're going to stay on the racetrack. All right, that's yay. Now, if you know many of these vintage weekends, this is probably a group that actually does, even in the SCCA competition, still races in the rain. Some of the vintage cars that are not, competition cars, so to speak, other than these vintage weekends, but this class routinely races in the rain here at Road America. There's a little bit of a difference between a purpose-built race car that has some parts that are still available versus some that are not.
Exactly, yeah. You don't want to risk your unobtainable, priceless vintage race car on a wet weather track, obviously. But
our good friends at Haggerty can help with that, though.
Indeed they can, yeah.
With track day insurance.
Yep, absolutely.
Trailer insurance.
Indeed. And of course, WeatherTech for your tow vehicles to keep the mud off your carpets and all that, you know. Good place to put your coffee cup.
I was talking with Pat Momack yesterday on the parade stage, and I mentioned that I have WeatherTech mats in all 3 vehicles at our house. So the Camaro, the Silverado, and the Trailblazer all have WeatherTech floor liners, and I've got vent visors in the Silverado.
Right.
And I just actually got them for the Trailblazer. I ordered them last week from WeatherTech for Kamisha's Trailblazer. But it's just it was a great conversation that we had with Pat yesterday. Just you can tell the passion for these vintage weekends here and the cars that he's continually brought here to compete and participate in the weekend. But it's a great fit, and obviously it's weather like this that is kind of the genesis of WeatherTech's product portfolio. But also got the back seat cover in the Silverado, the pet covers.
Yep. Yep.
For the dog.
Right.
And but yeah, it's a great product, and it's made here in the U.S. Majority of the facility, they keep expanding the facility too down in the Chicago area, and it's great to have them on board here at Road America. Obviously, it's very easy to speak highly of a company that you believe very strongly in the product. And,
Yeah.
That's I have no problem singing the praises every time somebody goes, "Hey, what are those in your car?" Those are WeatherTech. Oh,
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, David McNeil was such a visionary, and had his start, in the OEM world, working for the, AMG, franchise here in this country, and decided, gosh, there was a hole in the market for floor mats and whatever, and he imported some from Great Britain at the start, and just wasn't happy with the quality and the availability of the product, and said, hey, we could do better, and WeatherTech was born, and it's been a great success story, and with good reason. I mean, when my wife got her new minivan, the first thing we did was order a set of WeatherTech mats for it. So, because we haul dogs back and forth to the dog show in our car, and so there's no better way to protect the interior of your vehicle, and their commitment to not only to this racetrack but to racing, all around the country and the world for that matter. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is a perfect example of their ongoing support. And David and his family are car collectors as well. So the passion for exotic cars and protecting them, along with your daily driver, is part of their mantra, and it's great to see a company like that have the success that they've had, and it's certainly well deserved. It's a fantastic line of products, and it gets bigger and better, virtually every day as they're constantly expanding their product offering. As new cars come to the fore, there's a set of WeatherTech mats available for it, literally as it becomes available on the showroom floor. So thanks to the entire WeatherTech family for all they do, not only for this racetrack, but for motorsports in general and for the driving public as well.
Couple cars still on the racetrack. I think about 5 minutes left here in the session or so would be a rough estimate or rough guess. But again, not a lot of takers in the wet conditions here. But this racetrack does dry really quickly with the new pavement. With the seamless pavement, it has a tendency to hold a little bit of heat once we get some cars and some exhaust on it. So the good news is the part of the racetrack where you really don't want it to be wet, it has less moisture than everywhere else. But it is still a little damp over in the kink area as well.
Yeah, but we can see as the cars come by here on the front straightaway, they're not throwing up rooster tails any longer. So the track is already beginning to dry here. So let's make this a 10-minute call to the grid for Group 4. Group 4, you're next up. 10-minute call to the grid for Group 4 for second round qualifying. Philip Lewis, quickest of the cars still circulating in the number 17 Radical. Noah Arundel, the only other car out on track right now, in the number 3 Carber CS2. Plenty of activity over at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex for the Bring a Trailer Concours here this weekend. Lots of fans taking this opportunity to have a look at those cars as things have kind of quieted down on the racetrack while we're waiting for the track to dry. But it is indeed drying, as we're seeing a dry line here on the front straightaway as the cars circulating get some of that moisture up into the atmosphere and off the racetrack. Yeah, Philip Lewis, a sub 3-minute lap, a 2:53 for his last lap. So starting to get into shouting distance of dry track times. He's about 30 seconds off his time in the dry yesterday. So the track is definitely getting better as the rain has held off now for a while.
Catalyst Exhibits is a sponsor and the official exhibit and design service of Road America. Trade shows and events are part of doing business. Catalyst designs, builds, and executes in-person experiences that can accelerate your brand into the winner's circle. Follow the link on the Road America website to get started. Raw horsepower, incredible speed, responsive handling. Why let the racers on the track have all the fun? With a zero-turn riding mower from Skag Power Equipment, you can experience these things too right at home on your own lawn. And no matter how big or small your yard is, Skag is a mower that's just right for you. To learn more about the full line of high-performance American-made lawnmowers from Skag, be sure to check out skag.com. That's SCAG.com. Quick Trip convenience stores and racing at Road America sounds like a perfect match for race fans. With over 400 stores in Wisconsin, Quick Trip has you covered with fresh bakery, grocery items, produce, take-home meals, and freshly prepared hand-breaded fried chicken made right in the store. Quick Trip also carries all your favorite beer brands and offers the lowest legal beer pricing on 24 and 30 packs. Quick Trip, they've got you covered. And we'll see you next time. People can't stop screaming about Screamin' Sicilian frozen pizza. No wonder, there's plenty to scream about. Buttery stone-fired crust, secret recipe sauce, mounds of whole milk mozzarella, and tons of premium toppings. Taste what all the screaming is about by finding Screamin' Sicilian pizza in your local grocer's freezer on your next pit stop. Screamin' Sicilian, taste what all the screaming is about. Well, good times are about cars and hanging with people who love them, right? Well, our partner Haggerty feels the same. That's why they've created insurance that gives you the best protection. And then they made it easy for you to connect with other enthusiasts by offering tons of automotive content, including original programming, forums, vehicle values, even a virtual garage for your dream cars. When you're not on the track, check out Haggerty.com. Soundhouse, the official hearing safety partner of Road America. Visit Soundhouse next to the paddock shop or one of the vending machines for your hearing safety gear. Soundhouse keeps all ears safe for babies, kids, dogs, and adults. As you know, loud noises can permanently damage your hearing, so get your hearing protection from Soundhouse. Located next to the paddock shop or in the Soundhouse vending machines. Soundhouse, preserve your hearing. Mission Foods is proud to be the official tortilla, wrap, and tortilla chip company of Road America. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos, whatever you crave, Mission has the products you need to fill up and fuel up to take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty. There's absolutely nothing about a dirty car that's pretty, but Glosser microfiber wipes clean and wax at the same time. And the Glosser, available right here in the paddock shop. No time to wash, then gloss. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, invites you to enjoy a delicious Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at any nearby concession stand. Race fans know the best cheese is the real cheese any way you slice it. Sargento, we're real cheese people. SeaTech Manufacturing is a premium aluminum cart, cabinet, and drawer manufacturer. Competition at the racetrack has pushed SeaTech storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. Driven by passion and storage expertise, SeaTech's products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, in the garage, or at your place of business, take your storage to the next level with a custom storage cart, cabinet, or drawer from SeaTech Manufacturing.
Yeah, we have a few hardy souls coming out for Group 4. These are classic monoposto cars. Non-wings and slicks, basically. A few winged cars, but most of them without. We had almost 40 cars, 39 cars turn a time in first round qualifying yesterday. 10 have elected to come out and play in the rain here. Bill Walschlager was quickest yesterday in the number 3 modern Formula D Van Diemen RF97. 2:21.7 was his best time. The quickest of the Formula B cars was Tim Rose in the number 91 Van Diemen, Formula Enterprises 2 in the modern FB category. In the vintage Formula Bs, it was Pierce Rader in the number 68 Lotus 69B. In the Super Vs, the number 70 was quickest, Jalen Kelly in his Ralt RT5. In the historic Club Formula Fords, Jimmy Vasser was quickest in the number 12 Crosley 32F. Patrick Flynn right behind him in the 29 Van Diemen RF81. Couple Formula 500s in the field as well. Jason Martin in his number 69 Red Devil. As a couple more cars have ventured out, Jesse Jurgensen in the 22 Dulon MP21 Club Ford, and John Luxon in the number 49 Piper DF2 modern Formula Ford. So 12 cars have elected to come out. Let's go a 15-minute call to the grid for Group 2. Group 2, this is your 15-minute call to the grid for qualifying, please. Group 2, 15-minute call. We talked about David Hobbs last night, and he's here today over in the paddock shop signing copies of his autobiographical book, Hobbo. I have a signed copy.
I do as well.
Indeed. And it's a great read, by the way.
Forward's amazing, Sam Posey.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
You really get a sense of David through the Posey interactions.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that. It's funny. It's there's a great reverence between those two gentlemen, and you can generally tell in that sequence of reading. But it's a great book.
Yep.
Highly recommended for your coffee table.
Exactly right. Good pictures, great prose. Definitely worth your while. So, yeah, David's over at the paddock shop. So, stop by, say hello.
He was kind enough to stop by last night on the stage, as we mentioned earlier today. Always great to see David.
Yep.
Love calling him the unofficial mayor of Elkhart Lake because I really don't know of anybody in the village. There's a few people in the village, honestly, but that could walk around and people just instantly knows who he is. And
yep.
Represents this village so well.
Right.
Except when it's cold.
Yeah.
As he said last night.
Yes. Because he's not here when it's cold for the most part. Yeah.
It's a beautiful town. It's a great town, unless it's cold.
Yeah.
Of course, David, one of the the first of, I would say, a lot of legendary drivers that made the switch from behind the wheel to behind the camera.
Yeah, exactly.
At the kind of the genesis of the wild world of sports era.
Right.
The constant, as I talk about this as we're actually streaming, to a YouTube channel, but you think of the only way that you could see a race was in person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back in the early days, I'll call it the early days of motorsport, and progressively over the years, there's different TV networks that buy rights to series, and talk about Fox, NBC, ABC, ESPN, the Disney families of properties, but there's a lot of race fans out there that are like, well, I don't know where I can find the race on TV. Well, there's two sides to that coin. One is, if you can't watch it, go see it in person.
Right.
Be there.
Yeah.
It's way better to experience in person anyway.
You betcha.
Those of us that are here right now know that. Those of you watching on the stream that want to be here know that.
Right.
But it's amazing to think of something like the Daytona 500, for example, or a race from Rockingham, North Carolina, where you would watch the first 25 laps of a race at the start of the ABC Wild World of Sports. You'd watch it for 25 minutes, and then they'd show you ski jumping,
Right.
you know, mountain biking, boxing, and then you'd maybe get 15, 20 laps or you know, section just after a crash, and they'd show you the replay, and then they'd go back to soccer or football or baseball,
Right.
and then maybe they'd go back and get you the last 15 laps of the race.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, in the early days of NASCAR's very popular growth, you would only get to see 35, 40 laps of a race.
Right.
Think about that. Of a 500-mile race, you're watching maybe 25 miles of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
In and out of something else. To have full network TV coverage, you talk about the 79 Daytona 500. Everybody's familiar with the wreck on the backstretch, the fist fight. The snowstorm on the East Coast that made that the de facto, this is what everybody watched on that race day Sunday. And for people complaining about things that are on, streaming service today like Amazon or, Netflix, the streaming services have provided a great access to a lot of people that ordinarily would not have come to the racetrack. And so there is some benefit to that. I think Formula One's growth here in the U.S. is a lot due to that Netflix show.
Absolutely, it is.
Drive to Survive. And,
Yep.
100 Days to Indy is a fantastic,
Same story. Yeah.
type of situation there. And reason why we stream this weekend is the same thing. We want people to see these cars. We want people to see how much fun you guys are having on the racetrack. How great the competition is, how great the camaraderie is, and it's certainly the antithesis of come join us at a race weekend.
Yeah.
We've got IMSA in 2 weeks, so a lot of the modern prototype cars that are here are were just in that series 10 years ago,
Yeah.
10, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
As I've gotten older, I realized that 20 years isn't a whole lot of a long time.
Right.
It went by way too fast. When I first started here, my son was 12, and not even 12, probably 10 or 11. But it's one of those things where they grow up so fast, and the years just kind of click off. And it's amazing to see the technology change, and it's great to be able to share that with a wider berth of audience.
Well, and again, for people who have only watched motor racing on TV, there's so much you miss. There's so much of the whole experience that is so different in person, and especially a weekend like this, where every car by the line sounds a little different. You don't really catch the full aural experience and the olfactory experience as well. These cars, they have, the smell of oxygenators in the fuel and whatever.
Sure.
It just is just all part of what says racetrack to me. As a kid who was a motorhead as a youngster, inherited that from my father, and I just can't imagine not going to a racetrack in person.
Yeah,
it's just hard to fathom, and the I don't want to call it a glut because that's unfair, but the incredible volume of coverage of all forms of racing, on streaming services or YouTube, depending on how you find it. It's certainly easy to think, oh well, I'll just watch it on my computer or whatever the case might be. But it's certainly nothing like the in-person experience. This is a perfect weekend for it because you have such great access to the cars up close. You get such great access to the this beautiful racetrack, and if nothing else, come here to eat. You know, what better place to have some great food and rub shoulders with like-minded folks who are race fans. And you know, there's so many great vantage points to watch this, watch around this racetrack.
You know, I always joke quite often that you know one of my favorite things, you know, is uh, is going to the NASCAR races at the Milwaukee Mile. Um, you know, back in the late '90s, early 2000s. You know, when I was just starting my family as well, I had season tickets, so we sat middle of the grandstand, right at start finish, about 25 rows up in the new grandstand. You'd see the whole racetrack, even the backstretch. You
Oh
can see
yeah,
it,
yeah.
and you know it's a little bit different viewpoint here, obviously, but you can go everywhere here. The Milwaukee Mile, you could go to the grandstand or the infield. Those were your two options, and you couldn't alternate between them. Here, you can just keep going around in you know different circular patterns to different places at the racetrack. But you know, I'm an odd individual, and most of my family and friends notices that because one of my favorite smells, and it's been this way ever since I was a kid going to Milwaukee Mile and coming here. One of my favorite smells is pre-race on the grid, the oil warmer
Yep.
for the stock cars. You know,
Yep.
those big dry sump systems and the oil tank that's just behind the driver in those NASCAR cars at the time period, and you know, just the smell of gear lube burning down the straightaway when somebody's burning up a rear end, and I'm like, oh, the gear lube, oh, I love that smell. And my partner Kamisha, she's like, that's just gross. But it's the truth. I mean, there's certain things that I will walk in the paddock area here, you know, on these vintage weekends and get a chance, and you know, early in the morning sometimes, and we'll go out on a golf cart and just kind of look and see who's up and who's running. But you know, some of these cars that are warming up for one of the first sessions, and you can smell the gear lube warming up, and you can smell the oil tank heating up, and you're like. And oh, I remember I was about 8 years old, and this time Rusty Wallace was signing autographs on the front stretch. You know,
Right.
but it just I think that's what this weekend for me this weekend does that. It takes me back to my childhood, and I know that there's a lot of you know adults out there, regardless of your age, you know, even if you're in your 70s or 80s and competing or here just viewing or spectating, seeing some of these cars take you back to when you were young. And I don't ever feel old here at the racetrack until I start seeing kids that were kids of, you know, my kids.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
there's
Yeah.
there's a generation of go-karters now that are 5, 6 years old that are, you know, my kids are old enough to be their parent. You know,
Right. Right.
and you know, that it's just it's a little bit of a trip, but at the same time, it's you know I coming out here just you know it's invigorating for these vintage weekends. It keeps me centered. It keeps me grounded.
Keeps you young.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I hope to continue coming here for many years to come.
Checkered flag out for this session. Steven Adams has the quickest time in the number 59 Lola T540 from the Club Ford class, a 2:59.651. Patrick Flynn right behind him in the number 29. Patrick with a Van Diemen RF81, also from the Club Ford class, the historic Club Ford. Also just under 3 minutes, 2/1000ths of a second separating those two in the wet. Thomas Roca, third overall in the number 51, also from the Club Ford class. As we move on to Group 2, making its way out on track. Group 2, vintage production cars. As the track continues to dry, beginning to see a little sunshine popping through the clouds here.
The advantage of these vintage weekends, there's a lot of chrome. And
Yep.
you can see the sun, kind of filtered sunlight, shining off with some chrome out there. So that's always a good sign.
You betcha. In first round qualifying yesterday, Brian Davis was quickest from this group in the number 15 Elva Courier, a 2:39.5 for his fastest time. Austin Schmidt was second quick in the vintage E-production class, the number 77 Alfa Romeo Spider. Kent Prather second among the vintage C-production cars to Brian Davis in the 26 MGA. George Ballback right behind him in the 0 Porsche 356. In the vintage F production class, David Brown was fastest in the 012 Austin Healey Spray. In the vintage B sedan, Alan Tom was quickest in car number 1, an Alfa Romeo Giulia 2 TI Super. And as the track continues to dry, we're getting more and more cars coming out to play here. 26 of them have elected to come out in this session. And we had 36 yesterday. So again, as the track dries, we're seeing some dry spots here on the front straightaway. And as the sun continues to peek its way through the cloud cover, that's going to dry even that much faster. Eileen Wetzel coasting down the pit lane here in her Austin Healey 3000. It's a little downhill where she is, so it looks like Eileen's maybe trying to coast down to where she can bend it into the paddock. Either that or she's going to bump start it. I'm not sure which. George Ballback setting quick time in this session at 250.158, and that is very close to dry track time. His best time yesterday, a 243.3. So we're getting into shouting distance of dry track time here. Dennis Althoff is second quick in the 126 GSM Dart, a South African manufactured car, a 251.079 for Althoff. Yesterday he was at a 246.366, so just about 5 seconds off that pace. Jamie Jackson in the 01 Porsche 356C up to third quick in the vintage C production class. Jamie was among the front runners yesterday as well. He was 10th on the road at a 47.9, so he's within about 3 seconds of that pace. So the track definitely pretty much back to dry track conditions, just a couple seconds off the kind of pace we saw yesterday afternoon. And Dennis Althoff goes quickest in this session and goes faster than he ran yesterday. A 245.5 for this session for the vintage C production GSM Dart. So Althoff actually improving his lap time. GSM stands for Glassport Motor Company in South Africa. George Ballback, second quick overall. His best lap today, a 247.9. Yesterday he was at 243.3, so he's still about 4 seconds off his pace. But Althoff has improved and is quickest in the vintage C production class in this session. Austin Schmidt, quickest of the E production cars right now in the 77 Alfa Romeo Spider at a 48.7. He was second quick yesterday at a 40.4, so he's about 8 seconds off the pace he found yesterday. In the SSD category, Tanner Hurst in the number 18 Ford Escort GT. Fastest in this session, 7th overall at a 253.7. Checkered flag out for this session. We can just review the top three in all the contested classes. In Vintage C production, Dennis Olthoff quickest in the 126 GSM Dart. George Ballback in the number 0 Porsche 356 is second. Peter Mika in the number 47 Lotus Europa is third. In the Vintage C sedan, Evan Hubachak quickest in the number 7 Morris Cooper S. Daniel Wald in the number 35 Cooper is second quick. Brian Petty in the number 147 Datsun 1200, rounding out the top three. In the Vintage B sedan, Patrick Womack quickest in the number 57A Lotus Cortina. Alan Tom in the number 1 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super, second in that class. In the SSD category, Tanner Hurst fastest in the number 18 Ford Escort GT. Josh Helm in the number 43 Honda CRX SI is second quick. In Vintage D production, the 103 of Michael Manser takes the quick time in his Austin Healey 3000. The 10 of Brad Tank in his MGB, and the 622 of Jeff Lombard in his Austin Healey 3000 are your top three. And finally, in Vintage F production, David Amies in the 128 Triumph Spitfire, quickest over the 119 of Terry Davis in his Austin Healey Sprite, and Joe Stifel in another Sprite, car number 59. One more round of second round qualifying for Group 11 coming up next.
Don't forget, head down to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Bring a Trailer has their concourse going on through 3 o'clock this afternoon. They're giving away 4 sets of Michelin tires today. We'll let you know who the winners are a little bit later on this afternoon. But head on down to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex for the Bring a Trailer concourse. Of course, several of these cars I'm sure will maybe be downtown tonight as well. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, is the official fluid recycling service company of Road America. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid recycling services for the competitors racing here at the track. Safety Clean is the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions worldwide. Safety Clean encourages all race fans to do your part to properly dispose of your used automotive fluids. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company. Help make green work. Race fans, you know it's important to keep your car looking great, so why not treat your residential or commercial buildings the same? Eden Valder Stone offers a full line of building and landscaping stones that really help polish up your place. Whether you're restoring your landscape or starting from scratch, turn to the experts at Eden Valder Stone. It's the preferred stone of Road America and the ideal choice for your next project. Road America welcomes partner Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America. With locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin, Crete Truck Centers has your Mack, Volvo, Hino, and Fuso truck dealer. Find out more at CreteGroup.com. TireRack.com is a proud partner of Road America. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide for personalized tire recommendations, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and a network of over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Jim's Golf Cars, sales, service, and rentals. If you're looking for a new or used golf car for the campground, do you need a fleet of cars for your golf course, have an upcoming event with transportation needs, or just looking for a cool car to get you around town? Call Jim's Golf Cars. They have it all. You can check out their inventory available at jimsgolfcars.com or stop in to see the friendly staff at the Reedsville or De Pere locations. Daily, weekly, monthly, or seasonal rentals, Jim's Golf Cars is here for you. The Village of Elkhart Lake welcomes you to Road America and the National Park of Speed. Following today's events, head north out of the gates in Elkhart Lake for great food and live lakeside entertainment. Let the fun continue at Wisconsin's legendary getaway, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Roaring engines, cheering crowds, it sounds like summer is back, and what's better on a warm summer day than a great group of friends and some Cedar Crest ice cream? It's the perfect topping for a fun day in the sun, and don't forget the sunscreen, and never forget the Cedar Crest. Spark Ops Metalworks is proud to be the official metal fabrication partner of Road America. Spark Ops is the professional partner you need when it comes to metal. Spark Ops provides fiber laser cutting with either oxide-free nitrogen or oxygen with cutting capability up to 1 1/2 inches thick. Press brake and part forming up to 3/8 inches thick on CNC Bystronic brakes. Spark Ops offers both robotic and manual welding services along with full metal finishing of your parts. Contact Spark Ops today or visit them at sparkopmetalworks.com. And Spark Ops Metalworks patio over in Turn 1 offers an ideal spot to enjoy a beverage, socialize, and watch the races. Spark Ops Metalworks, proud to be the official metal fabricator for Road America. See you in the patio in Turn 1. And you can also find the Bank First Family Fun Zone over at Turn 1 near the Los Amigos Locos concession stand. Some coloring contest things, Jean the Balloon Lady, some other activities. If you've got some youngsters age 12 and under, head on over to just outside Turn 1. on this Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m.
Group 11 coming up next for our pre-war cars. They have not yet qualified. This is their first qualifying session and will be their only qualifying session, actually, as they will not have a qualifying race this afternoon. Sanford Silverberg was quickest in practice yesterday in the Group 11 practice in the number 1929 Ford Model A Speedster. The oldest car here was fastest here in this group with a 310.627. Douglas Stewart was second amongst the pre-war A-class cars in the number 53 ERA R12C. English Racing Associates. The 05 of Edmund Russ was quickest of the pre-war B category cars. The 1953 Morgan +4. John DeCurio second among the B class pre-war cars in the number 56 MGTF 1500. In the PWC class cars, Ken Arlen was fastest in the number 23 MGTD Mark II. As this will be our final qualifying session prior to the lunch break. Once again, those of you taking part in track touring, as the weather continues to improve, we assume track touring will indeed go ahead as scheduled. You're asked to begin lining up at noon at the touring paddock just east of turn 1 for a 12:30 start to the track touring. Coming up after lunch, our first feature race of the weekend will be the first of two for the historic Formula One cars, as they get two feature races here this weekend, one at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then we'll go into qualifying race mode for the balance of the race groups, with the exception of Group 11, to finalize the grid for tomorrow's feature races, where we'll kick off with Group 11, the pre-war and early post-war cars, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I have a sob story for you.
Yeah.
Just saw Saab drive by.
Indeed.
So that was a stop story.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
I got you. Okay.
Pardon the pun.
No problem.
Fully intended.
No problem. No problem. I had a Saab 900 in my garage for a while. One of my ex-wives had a Saab 900. And there's one racing here this weekend.
So head on over to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Looks like a really good crowd turning out over there. That's a fantastic concourse over there. That looks great.
Yeah, no kidding. Lots of cars, lots of people. Looks like the place to be right now. "15-minute call to the grid for Group 11, pre-war Group 11. This is your 15-minute call to the grid, please."
And we're going to send out the pre-war cars just a tad early, about 10 minutes early. We like that. And they'll be heading out onto the race course. There's a good look at the false grid. Again, thanks to all of our grid marshals this weekend. As we said earlier today, a thankless job. And this is their session here coming out from pit lane here at Road America's Vintage Weekend presented by WeatherTech with Brian Redman. Again, Brian not able to join us this weekend, but we'll celebrate in his stead tomorrow for our feature race day at Victory Lane. A little filtered sunshine here as these cars came out.
There's that Lester MG that won the award last night in the race car concours. Number 8 of Matt Primack. Stanford Silverberg still quickest in that number 19 Ford Model A Speedster. His best lap, a 3:07.699, and that is about 3 seconds quicker than he ran in practice yesterday. Douglas Stewart, second quick in the number 53 ERA R12C from Glendale Heights, Illinois. He's at a 3:12.2, so about 4.5 seconds off Silverberg's time. Quickest of the PWB cars, Edson McCord in his number 409 MGTC Special out of just up the road in Burlington, Wisconsin. Edwin Russ in the number 05 Morgan +4, second of the PWB cars. In PWC, it's Patrick Morse, quickest in the number 15 MGTD with the 1250 motor. And let's see if we have any other PWCs. Ken Arlen in the number 23 MGTD Mark II, second quick among the PWCs. So pre-war cars continuing. They've still got a little time left in their one and only qualifying session. They will not be in a qualifying race this afternoon, and they'll be our first feature race tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and they'll race again at noon. So they get 2 races tomorrow as well. Douglas Stewart takes over the top spot on the last couple of laps in that ERA. Number 53, as he goes 306.551 to set the pole for their races tomorrow. Sanford Silverberg, second quick in that Ford Model A Speedster in the PWA class. On the second row, we'll have a PWB pole sitter. That's Edson McCord in the 409 MGTC. Patrick Morris will be quickest in the PWC class on the outside of row 2 in the number 15 MGTD. Edmund Russ, James Morris on row 3 in a pair of Morgan plus 4s. John DeCurio and John Ulrich will be in row 4. DeCurio in the MGTF and Ulrich in the 1937 Buick Indy Special. In row 5, Lester Nadell in the 33 Plymouth Speedster and Brad Tank in the number 99 MGTC. In row 6, the 23 of Ken Arlen in his MGTD and Gabriel Nattenshawn in the number 36 MGTF with a Ford V8 in it. Keith Packard will start inside of row 7 in the 241 Bentley Mark 6 Special. Matt Primack in the number 8 Lester MG. And finally in row 8, the 44 of Abigail Joseph in her MGTD. And Richard Morrison in the number 12 Lagonda V12 Le Mans will round out the 16-car field. We're on lunch break. We'll have track touring coming out on track here momentarily. We'll be back with you at 1 o'clock. That's about 45 minutes from now for the first race of the weekend for the Group 13 historic Formula One cars.
Well, we do have historic Can-Am cars, a few of them here this weekend as well. Let's take a look back to the 1967 season here at Road America.
The premier event of the 1967 Canadian American Challenge Cup promises to be revealing and fast. Denny Hume is using his McLaren Chevy to humiliate the slower car. No thought of letting up, not even on this, the last lap. He is about a minute and a half ahead of the nearest car. An overwhelming victory for Denny Hume and the new McLaren cars. There's the flag. Denny Hume has won the first of the 1967 Can-Am races here at Road America. He set a new record speed doing it, 104.454 miles per hour, and he led uncontested from flag to flag. The victory brings Hume $17,050 in prize money, and perhaps most important, McLaren cars have set a new standard for performance and speed. This great win could be the first chapter in a book of McLaren team dominance of the series.
Middle of our 70th anniversary season here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Enjoy the lunch break. Don't forget to stop by some of our concession stands throughout the grounds here. There's also a Palermo's Pizza trailer, Flips Donuts, Buzz Through Coffee. If you need a little caffeine, pick me up in the heart of the main paddock area as well. But we'll see you when we resume action right around that 1 o'clock mark this afternoon. Track touring begins coming up at 12:30 on track action here during our lunch break. Glad to have you here on a Sports Car Saturday here at the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redman Vintage Weekend. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock with more cars on track at America's National Park of Speed. Attention in the paddock area. Attention in the paddock area. This is your 10-minute call to the grid for Group 13, historic Formula One, historic F1, Group 13. This is your 10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute call to the grid for historic F1.
Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin at 160 miles an hour. A driver imposes his will and courage on his car in the course. Road racing at its best. The Road America 500.
The Earth is 70% water and 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us. Copy that. Aim higher, man.
Buckle up to get fueled by Mission, as classic rides and tasty products team up on the track to fuel your flavor. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Today, crews use the latest technology to make lightning-fast pit stops. But pit stops in the 1950s were very different, averaging more than a minute. Mallets, four-way tire wrenches, and slow-flowing fuel cans were standard.
Attention in the paddock. This is final call to the grid for Group 13, historic F1. Final call to the grid for Group 13, historic F1. This is your 5-minute warning. Final call to the grid, please. Here comes the field for our first of two historic Formula One races for the weekend. Brian and James French will most likely be on the pole, although they are not competing for awards in this class in their 1997 vintage Formula One cars. But Nick Grillo is, and he's on the inside of row 2 in the number 35, March 761. Robert Blaine next to him in the number 9, 1975, March 751. Richard Grillo in the number 34, March 761, inside of row 3. Alongside him, car number 28 is a 1976 Penske PC4 with Doug Mockett at the wheel. Paul Hagar in the number 3, 1980 Tyrrell 010. Inside of row 4, next to him, the 17 of Kyle Buxton in the 2-liter Formula 2, March 77B. In row 5, Mike Plotz in another 2-liter Formula 2 car. The number 72 is a Ralt RT4. Alongside him, one of the Formula 1 cars, the 41 of Kevin McClurg in his 1976 March 761. In row 6, car number 119 is Josh Bowler in one of the 1600cc Formula 2 cars. That's a Chevron B29. Alongside him, Travis Engen in another 1600 Formula 2. That's car number 1, a Ralt RT1, 1976 vintage. In row 7, car 15 is Tony Smith in a Chevron B27. Again, a 1600 Formula B, followed by the 22 of Todd Willing in the number 22, 1978 March 78B. And rounding out the field, car number 09, Randy Homel, alone in row 8 in a 1972 Brabham BT40 2-liter Formula 2 car. As the field making its way down through Hurry Downs into turn number 8. As they head under the Speedville Bridge and around the carousel turn, under the Mission Foods Bridge into the kink. As our first race of the weekend for these historic Formula One machines. The afternoon card will continue starting at 1:30 with our final qualifying sessions for the rest of our field, and they will be run in race format, although they've been instructed in the drivers' meeting not to attempt overtakes and whatever. It's just a matter of finding clear track and getting the best possible lap time.
Still using the alternate timeline at 13.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the qualifying races are run in race mode, but they're not races per se. Finishing position doesn't matter. It's the quick lap you turn during that period will set the grid for the feature races, and it's all races all day tomorrow as we kick it off with the pre-war, early post-war cars at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Safety car about ready to dive into the pit lane, and the Frenches have the front row in the 1997 Formula One cars. James on the inside in the Jordan, Brian on the outside in the Benetton, and the green flag flies. Brian getting the jump in the Benetton. It looks like he's going to take the first trip through turn number 1, but right behind him is Nick Grillo in that number 35, March.
We routinely see these two kind of trade the lead back and forth a couple of times in these races out in front, and usually it's a breaking duel at the start-finish line to see who's going to let the other one win. So in order to do that, they've got to kind of work together and pull away from the field. Doesn't take a whole lot with the more modern aerodynamics from these 97 machines.
V10s in both of them, Judd V10s, basically transplanted into the back of those machines because the original Formula One power plants, the Renault and the Peugeot respectively, pretty much unobtainium to keep those running.
And there we see the first exchange.
Yep. James says to his father on the radio, "I'm going to go by right now." But hey, give a shout out to Nick Grillo in that number 35, March. Staying right with those guys. And then right behind him, the 1 year older March 751. Robert Blaine with the orange livery and that high airbox. The rest of the Formula One cars, the March Formula One cars, are 761s, as they were pretty thick on the ground back in the 76-77 season. That was back in the era when the constructors were not required to manufacture their own cars. So the March was a customer car for a lot of the smaller teams, independent teams. The rules for Formula One have since evolved that teams are limited to 2 cars each. Can't even have a spare car anymore. They can have a spare tub, but if they damage a tub, they have to build the car from scratch. Back in the day, they used to take 3 cars, sometimes 4, a primary and a backup for both of their factory drivers.
Definitely impressive, the speed. Going into turn 1 here with those cars. A couple of side-by-side battles here at the start-finish line. Everybody getting a toe and popping out a little bit here.
Yep. Exiting turn number 2. Nick Grillo in the number 35. Now it looks like the Penske has moved up a spot as Doug Mockett up into 3rd position, right behind Robert Blaine in the number 9 March. Richard Grillo and Doug Mockett battling for 5th and 6th. Working their way up the hill under the Corvette Bridge into turn 6.
One of the things that you'll kind of notice, of course, the repave in October of 22 now, so it's been 3 seasons on this new asphalt. With the amount of rubber laid down here, we had this pretty significant rain this morning, mid-morning today. Washed a little bit of the rubber away, but decidedly you can now see the racing line a little bit more specifically. So the asphalt is aging appropriately a little bit, and still smooth as glass for the majority. What we have seen, obviously, traditionally is where the high downforce cars create and generate their braking with their aerodynamics. You'll see a little bit of a dip, kind of like there you see into turn 12, a little bit of lines across the track there, but that's where a lot of the cars with a lot of front downforce will generate a lot of weight into the racing surface, and that's where you get that little ripple effect across the racetrack. But 3 years on the new pavement, but you can decidedly see where the rubber's laid down now, where the majority of the racing line is. There's a good shot of 14 side by side on the exit. That was McClurg and Travis Engen. McClurg in the 41, the 1 at Travis Engen. 76 March versus the 76 Ralt.
McClurg in the tail end of the Formula One cars, and Engen in one of the 2-liter, or the 1.6 liter Formula 2 cars.
Brian French resumes the lead here at Hurry Downs into turn 8.
He has the fast lap so far, a 2:09.956.
Underneath the Motul Bridge towards the Mission Bridge on the exit of the carousel. That new carousel trail back there, it's a couple years old now, but it's amazing to see what the actual elevation change is from the top of 9 to the bottom of 10. It's a considerable drop, and the cameras really don't do that drop justice, to be fair. But it's all about building momentum on the exit of 8 into 9, 10, and all the momentum leads to this passing zone coming into turn 12 and sets you up for making a move into 14 if you're tucked right up underneath someone. Right now, James content to get a little bit of a toe here, and he'll pop, I'm sure. And there he goes.
Right on cue.
We may have seen this a time or two from these two.
Yep.
This morning, underneath the heavy cloud cover, was fantastic because you can see the sparks from the titanium rub strips on the racing surface. Sunshine kind of diminishes that with the ambient light, but you can still sometimes see a spark here and there. But there's not a lot of bumps on this racetrack right now, other than the really a little bit of undulation when these cars under power, you know, at that high speed point. There's a lot of downforce generated, and that's what's putting those rub strips into the road. James tried to open the door for Brian to go through, but Brian's like, nope, I'm gonna stay back here.
Yeah, you're doing good. Yeah, just carry on. Meanwhile, tip of the hat to Nick Grillo in that number 35, 76 March, 20 years older than these cars, and still doing a pretty good job keeping up with them.
Only 9 seconds back, which, if you know how fast those 97s are, that March, only 9 seconds off, being able to make pace a little bit.
Yeah, no kidding.
Another 4 seconds back to Robert Blaine. Another 13 seconds back to Richard Griot in the 34.
Doug Mock had a further second and a half back in the Penske, the number 28. Paul Hagar in the Tyrrell, the number 3. With the Candy livery. Kyle Buxton, the first of the 2-liter Formula 2 cars, in the number 17 March.
Not here this weekend, but we have seen the 6-wheel car here in the past. Always an entertaining look to watch that technology.
Yep.
And why it was specifically removed from eligibility. Definitely a different departure engineering-wise from cars of the era.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday with the advent of the computers designing the cars, basically with all of the influxes and, you know, computational fluid dynamics and all of the complexity that the aerodynamicists have to use now. The cars have a tendency to converge into the same design, even though everybody's, you know, looking for an advantage. They all start to look the same, not because it's a spec car, but because, you know, there's only so many ways to skin the cat. And this was back in the era when it was a little more up to the individual designer, and every designer had their own sort of signature look, and that would evolve from season to season. Cars definitely had a different physical appearance, made their speed in different ways. But you can even see that convergence in these 1997 vintage cars. The Jordan and the Benetton developed independently, but very similar. High nose was very much in vogue in that era, directing more and more air under the car where all the downforce is generated.
But to be fair, like if you're looking at the Jordan specifically, it did open up the ability to have a little bit more of a difference in the liveries, a little bit more personalization with the liveries than even the cars from the about 5 to 10 years prior, and really the 5 to 10 years after as well. Late 90s, you know, obviously these cars a little bit higher driver's cockpit sides than say from 3 to 4 years prior. The deaths of Senna and Roland Ratzenberger as well, it led to some safety innovation. Unfortunately, as the case in a lot of racing over the years, tragedy has turned into evolution.
Yep.
But you can see some of the improvements in these 90s cars. Higher side-to-side helmet protection, driver protection. Of course, today's modern cars all with that homologated halo.
Right.
Which I think everybody can admit that we were not a fan of the aesthetics when it first happened, but on numerous occasions has proven very vital.
You betcha. Trouble for Doug Mockett in the 28 Penske PC4. Currently running in 6th spot. We understand he's slow out on track, so maybe a problem has developed in that machine. This will be their only on-track appearance today, so the team and crew will have an opportunity to see if they can suss that problem out, if there would be one, before their final race of the weekend, coming up tomorrow at 1:50 after the lunch break.
I understand that Mockett has come to a stop on course, but he's far enough and in a safe location they can leave him while this race remains under green. So about 13 minutes in to this Group 13 feature race, as James has pulled into a considerable about, I'd say maybe about 20 car lengths advantage here.
Yeah, he's
maybe
pulled,
more.
He's pulled the pin. He just had fast lap at a 2:03.8. I think he's going for a sub 2-minute lap here. Nick Grillo, the fastest of the historic cars, at a 2:10.8, his best lap. Robert Blaine just set his personal best at a 2:11.4. Richard Grillo in the same identical car to Nick at a 2:13.8. And then Doug Mockett, who has pulled off in that number 28. That moves Paul Hagar in the Tyrrell up into 6th spot.
Second call to the grid for Group 9. Group 9 to the grid, please. Group 9 to the grid, please. Group 9 qualifying race up next on the docket here at the WeatherTech Vintage Weekend with Brian Redman. Feature races tomorrow. We'll see everyone in Victory Lane tomorrow. Coming likely what is the white flag, and there is James backing the Jordan up to the Benetton. It's amazing how that gap just magically shrinks on the final lap or two here.
White flag in the hand of the starter, being shown to our two leaders as they come side by side under the flag stand. As Brian looks like he's going to take over the lead. Still side by side as they go through turn 1.
And that's a little sketchy there for James, to be honest. There's probably quite a bit of marbles out there and clag, as our good friend David Hobbs would say.
Yep.
He's definitely opening the apex and opening the door. Because I think you want to be in second spot coming out of 14 with knowing these two.
Nick Grillo a little bit off the pace on that last lap. His last lap was a 2:14. Robert Blaine in the 75 March, a 2:11, almost 3 seconds quicker. So let's see, we may have a change for the lead for the third place overall and the first in class for the historic 70s vintage cars.
Leaders into carousel underneath the Motul Bridge. Racetrack sure does look beautiful, bathed in sunshine, that's for sure.
You bet. Yeah, after kind of a cloudy start to the day, the sun breaking through. We understand there may be some possibility for some precipitation later in the afternoon, but at the moment it's looking pretty tasty. As our leaders from the French family making their way to the checkered flag.
And James and Brian pulling onto pit lane dutifully here as they're not eligible for awards, so letting the rest of the field or the balance of the field take the checkered flag on course respectfully.
Let's see who comes by next, whether it's the white 35 of Nick Griot or the orange number 9 of Robert Blaine, as Blaine was closing up. And here they are, nose to tail, making the climb up the hill. Can Blaine pop out and maybe steal this win away from Nick Griot in the run to the flag? And the answer is no, but he certainly made a race of it. Margin of victory there. Waiting for timing and scoring to update. Not much in it, as Richard Griot in the 34.76 March should be next approaching the line. Well back from the lead duo. There is Richard. Paul Hagar in the Tyrrell, the number 3, should be next across the line. There he is with the candy livery. Kyle Buxton next in the first of the 2-liter Formula 2 cars. And then Josh Bowler in the first of the 1600 Formula 2 cars, the 119. As he crosses the stripe. Mike Plotz should be next in another 2-liter Formula 2 car, the 72 Ralt RT4. There's Plotz. Waiting on Kevin McClurg in the number 41 March 761. Safety vehicle already on his way out to pick up the stranded car of Doug Mockett, who had a problem after lap 5. Travis Engen should be next up in another of the 1600 Formula 2 cars. There he is in that Ralt RT1. Ron Turnek's first design after leaving Brabham. Tony Smith next in the order in the 15. The Chevron B27. The last of the cars running. Final call to the grid for Race Group 9. Race Group 9, this is your final call to the grid, please, for your qualifying race. Final call to the grid, Race Group 9.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, joined here in the booth again with our guest for the weekend, Adam Carolla. And had a chance to chat with you again yesterday afternoon during the parade.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, wonderful.
And what did you think of the parade?
You know, I was thinking about it because I'm from LA, and in LA we do street takeovers where gangbangers just do donuts in intersections and light off fireworks and run people over. And I thought, this is kind of Wisconsin's version of that. It's a little more tame than what I'm used to, but it's the same basic premise. Folks have taken over.
Yeah, there just were no injuries after that.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a safe protocol that we have. But you got to drive one of the real-time cars down there.
Yeah.
Down to the parade, and I know you were giving Peter a hard time. Peter's going to join me tonight, I think, on the stage. But you know,
I just told him it was running a little rich. That's all. You just need to lean it out. It's not his fault. It's a race car.
it's a front-wheel drive
on
car
it.
too. You said, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
But big thing about this weekend, of course, is tonight airing the screening of 24-Hour War, which was basically your 2016 documentary based upon Ford versus Ferrari at Le Mans. I know that was really a passion project for you.
Yeah, I made my first doc about Paul Newman and his racing career. And then, when you make a doc, you meet all kinds of people, and then you start leading you down other paths, and you start thinking about other things. And we made another one about Willie T. Ribbs because I talked to him a lot about Paul Newman, and then, of course, the Ford and also Shelby American we've done as well. So you get kind of immersed into that auto doc world. And I always loved the story. I was always aware of the story. We did the doc before the movie Ford v Ferrari came out, so it wasn't like I saw the movie and then ran home and got inspired. We did it probably a year or two before the movie.
But in that circumstance, you mentioned the Willie T. Ribbs as well as Paul Newman. Now, Paul Newman, of course, famously loved this racetrack as well. And your first visit here, what are your thoughts?
I get why I loved it. I mean, the people are great. The topography is great. It's we have like Willow Springs, probably closest track or one of the closer tracks to my house is Willow Spring, and it's just a big ashtray. It's just desert everywhere. It's hot. It's dusty. Everything's real dusty. And it's just scorched earth sort of stuff versus God's country. Willow Springs is, it's real fast and you can have a good time out there, but it's just dusty, desert, it's not lush. And this is beautiful and green and lush. And Laguna Seca is pretty nice, nestled up in the hills there and all that good stuff, but it's still not this green.
Yeah, and if you go to, it'll always be Sears Point to me, but if you go to Sonoma, early spring, it's beautiful there. It's green. And by about mid-June, it's brown and browned over. But it's still a beautiful racetrack, too, but a lot of undulation.
Oh, I thought you meant the Hispanics coming in to do the harvest. I had a different – I was going down a different path there. But now, I see what you're saying. It gets hot.
You had to go there. You
had
to go there.
Well, I didn't – I thought they were going there. They bring the harvest in that round,
Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't know which – okay. Yeah. Let's just move forward.
All right. But again, you've got a lot of racetracks in California that offer a little bit of different flavor from kind of a club racing out on the West Coast. So a lot of vintage races. Obviously, you got the Monterey Historics out there at Laguna.
You got your Thermal Club.
And then of course Long Beach. The Long Beach Grand Prix.
Well, I mean, I've done that street course at Long Beach like 5 times. And it's cool. Street courses are fun, and
they're different.
Yeah, they're different, but it's a different thing. Like Long Beach is great, but if you're on the line, if you're on the racing line, you're only a few inches away from a concrete barrier the entire race.
Right.
And that really means you're on the line. So, it's got some potential hazards to it. They used to do a Coronado vintage event. That was the first one I ever drove in. And, it's like cones and, you can – it's kind of cool because you can see across the racetrack, which is here you just come up a hill and you're sort of going, am I turning right or am I turning left, Yeah. But there you can see what's going on 3, 4 turns, 5 turns ahead of you,
Right.
Yeah. So they're all just a different vibe, and I think the fun is the little Coronado track or the Long Beach street course versus Sonoma versus, how technical Sonoma is versus, the elevation of Laguna Seca and that kind of stuff. It's just the variety,
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did you know that you wanted to get your first race car? When did that moment, that epiphany go, you know what, I want to do this?
I think I must have done the Toyota Grand Prix Celebrity Edition, and I took to it pretty nicely. They all had thought that I'd trained or done performance driving schools before. I hadn't. I just kind of took to it, and I got a little of it in the veins doing the race, the celebrity race, and I really took to it. I really just enjoyed it, but I knew I wasn't going to go out and do official professional racing, although I've done a couple of professional Trans Am races. But I got an old Datsun 610 Bob Sharp car, and I thought this would be a nice car to kind of learn on and take out to some of these events. And I'm a kind of old Datsun guy anyway, and thought they were kind of cool. And once I got that, I just, it was off and running.
We are, again, very thankful that you're here this weekend. We're going to get this next race, our Group 9 qualifying race underway here. These, you mentioned you had made a Trans Am start, and these are a few Trans Am GT1 level cars here. We've got a couple of old Roush Mustangs out front.
Yeah, I love the Roushes. Yeah, I have a couple of Newman Trans Am cars, a couple of Oldsmobiles. Cutlasses. Yeah, I did a Trans Am 1 race in a C7R Vet about 5 or 8 years ago at Laguna Seca. I'm sorry, at Willow Springs, which turned out real good. But then I did another one at Laguna Seca and I crashed during qualifying. Water was on the track, man. It wasn't. The thing was on full slicks.
But there's a C7 out here right now, by the way. Pierce Marshall's.
And if you haven't at least made contact with the race cars, green flag out here. Colin Comer on the outside of the front row, Lance Wiskershon on the inside. Pierce Marshall in the CompuWare Corvette. Out front, Rupp settles into the 4th spot behind Wiskershon, and we are underway here. But, racing in general, if you haven't crashed at least once, you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my opinion on this.
I agree. Well, it was someone else's car, so, I was okay with it.
Yeah.
But it's on the internet. People want to look.
You got Haggerty to cover your
that
your
guy
damages.
came right in with his briefcase, and we settled up. We were still in the gravel when we settled up. Now, it's mostly embarrassing. Mostly embarrassing. Yeah. And I got off the track at Willow Springs because that car with cold tires barely hit the accelerator. It just slid right off, half a lap into warm-ups,
Yeah.
So there's that.
It's cold tires. And
cold tires.
there had to be some water out there somewhere. So.
I wish there was. There wasn't. But there was at Laguna Seca. I'll say that.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, first lap of Group 9. Adam Carolla, thank you so much for coming in again today.
Always fun.
Enjoy the qualifying race this afternoon. And
see you guys at the movie tonight.
We'll see you at the screen
Are
tonight,
tickets
8:30.
still available as far as you
I think there's some for the theater tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
standing room only.
for the screening, still available at roadamerica.com. Adam Carolla joining us here in the booth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great to have Adam Carolla join us in the booth here. He's a great personality.
We joked yesterday about him being a starving comic, and that's how he's paying the bills. Was out this weekend, But
Schmoozing, yeah.
schmoozing. But no, he's a great guy. Really, you could just tell he's a gearhead and loves cars, and can't argue with him. Those Datsuns are fun.
Yep.
They're, those just any of the 70s Datsuns, the early 70s Datsuns are just fun cars to be around. They sound great.
Clearly, Colin Comer got a transmission in the 16 car because he's second fast right now. Pierce Marshall in that C7R Corvette is quickest at 222.198. Colin at a 224.342 in the Mountain Dew Mustang. Adam Rupp right behind him in his number 70, a 224.580. Lance Wiskirchen, a 224.876. Really closely packed, those 4 GT1 cars at the front. Rocky Eli in the number 41 Corvette C7 in Trans Am spec.
Looks like Rupp has gotten around Wiskirchen on the entrance to 5. So I believe we do have change for the third spot. Indeed we do. It is Marshall, Comer, Rupp, and Wiskirchen now your top 4.
I've got the sort on lap time since that's what's appropriate here. The finishing order does not determine qualifying position, but the best lap turned. And Marshall leading that story. We'll see if Adam Rupp, now that he's gotten around Lance Wiskirchen, if he can find even a little more pace. He's only got to find a quarter of a second to knock Colin Comer off the front row.
Now, I know officially it is not about finishing position today. It's about lap time, but racers are going to race.
They are.
So
yes, they are.
This is, for all intents and purposes, this is for pride amongst the group.
Yep.
Regardless. But that 2016 CompuWare C7 Corvette for Pierce Marshall, that's a recovery story after yesterday. He backed into the fence.
Yeah.
Lost the wing the other day. Had some left rear damage. But you wouldn't know it looking at it.
Yeah, looks brand new. Of course, 2016 was the year after they took the win at Le Mans for the first time in that C7. They didn't have as much success in the 2016 campaign, but still won the WeatherTech championship on this side of the pond. Le Mans was not as good as it was the previous year.
Kind of just leaving the picture is the one of the other C7 Corvettes, but that is a Callaway customer car from similar time frame.
Yep.
That ran in World Challenge. Two completely different configurations within that C7 platform. Callaway's, of course, or I should say the yellow Corvette, one of Pratt & Miller's IMSA-based programs. Callaway kind of did the customer Corvette purchase, both in the WEC as well as in World Challenge. It's a good look at it going through turn 6. Oh, there's the Nissan GTR, a little bit of oversteer there.
Getting a little tail happy, yep, coming through 6.
On exit. There's the Callaway right there in the turn 8.
Saw the 32 of Randy Rupp in that black Mustang. Back in 6th right now as far as lap times go. A 2:13.821, his best time. Field working its way out of the carousel turn under the Mission Bridge. This big field of cars. We've got 34 of them out there. 33 still circulating as Seb Coppola, who had a problem this morning in the Ferrari, and Michael Merritt in the 4-liter Porsche did not take the start on this one. Same story for Brian Garcia in the Dodge Challenger. He only turned 2 laps so far. But Pierce Marshall resetting fast lap at a 2:05.111. And that is his quickest lap of the weekend.
We have, all right, there he is. So we lost Todd Trefford in that Nissan GTR. We said he had a little bit of oversteer at 6. Last time through, he's kind of dropped down the running order here. Dropped from about 8th spot, now down to around 10th or 11th. Coming across the stripe here. So lost a couple of spots. It's a right-hand drive GTR. That gray car right in the center of your screen there, right in front of the purple Porsche. Say that 10 times fast.
Want to give a shout out to our couple stock cars in the field. Joe Nemechek in the number 47 Camry. Quickest of the stock cars, running 9th overall in the lap time brigade anyway. His best lap of 2:13.9. In fact, he's a little quicker than Todd Treffert in that GT2 Nissan.
And the truck going around Pat Womack in the 11. And most of the stock car guys just content to kind of ride together here right at the moment.
Yep.
I believe that's the first time we've seen the Home Depot colors
Claire Schwendeman in that number 20. Yeah.
here at the July event. Well, Jimmy Spencer, 23 car here as well. Smoking Joe's Camel.
Adam Rupp, right on the tail of Colin Comer in the run down toward turn number 1. About a half a second apart as they cross the line. There they go. Catching up to the Camel stock car.
That is Craig Olson out of Manitowoc with that 23 machine.
We'll see the white flag next time by, we understand. As we follow the battle with Colin Comer in the Mountain Dew number 16 and Adam Rupp in the yellow number 70. Pair of Ford Mustangs, 1995 vintage. In Trans Am or GT1 spec. Lance Wiskirchen dropping off the tail of that group into the more contemporary 2001 Mustang. Number 33 is about 10 seconds behind this battle. And then Rick Dittman in the 2016 Corvette in the GT1 class is another 9 seconds up the road.
Adam Rupp starting to put a little bit of pressure on Comer here, coming up top of the hill to 14. And your leader is off to pit lane. De facto battle for the lead here is going to be Comer and Rupp now.
Marshall, of course, setting the kind of lap time he needs to preserve his hold on the pole position. He's a couple seconds quicker than Colin Comer. But Adam Rupp showing a fender there to Comer as they come down into turn 1. Over the Aaron's Tunnel, down the hill toward turn 3.
And again, these races are for qualifying times. Other than a little bit of pride for the cars out front from a competition standpoint.
Looking ahead to tomorrow's feature race, which will have a little more at stake, and it is that finishing position is all what it's all about. But here they're just trying to get a clear track and set a fast lap time.
And during the Trans Am weekend here at Road America just a few weeks back, Colin decided to run with the XGT and GT1 field. Came away as a class winner that weekend.
He did.
Thank you for filling in that weekend, by the way. Appreciate it.
Happy to do that, and for a very worthy cause. Your lovely daughter, Hannah.
Yep, got married.
Getting married that weekend.
Yeah. As a racer, never like to miss a race weekend, but if you're going to miss one, you got to miss one for a good reason, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Well, you have to tell all your friends you can't get married during, from like, March to November.
For years, it was a blanket statement. Don't get married between, May and October. Because I won't be there. Checkered flag is out at the alternate start-finish line. So that start-finish line right now is the de facto end of the race when they get back to 13. Just before the Fly GRB sign, the Fly Austin Straubel Green Bay Airport. That is the finish line today. So again, starting the race, they are in race mode format, but it is all about the lap times on this Saturday. And right there is Lance Wiskirchen at the start-finish line. And you'll see these drivers then peel off onto pit lane and get ready to let our next group out. Another call to the grid for Group 1. This is the 155 session. 5-minute call to the grid. 5-minute call to the grid for Group 1. This is your 5-minute call to the grid for Group 1.
So looking at lap times real quickly here. In the GT1 category, it is still Pierce Marshall with the quickest time, a 2:05.111. Adam Rupp was second fastest at a 2:06.748. Colin Comer third quickest at a 2:07.191. In the GT2 class, Thomas Erb was quickest in the number 61 Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR. The number 7 of Charles Wicht in the Callaway Corvette was second fast by just about a quarter of a second, and another half second back to Todd Treffert in the number 12 Nissan GTR. In the GT3A category, Mark Bowden was fastest in the number 145 4-liter Porsche Cup car. Charlie Peter in the 166 and the 29A of Benjamin Myers, all of them in the 4-liter Porsche Cup cars, were your top 3 at GT3A. In GTS, Ray Bonthron taking the honors in the number 96 Ford Mustang. Ike Keeler in the number 5 Oldsmobile Cutlass was second quick. And finally in the SCA category, Joe Nemechek in the number 47 Toyota Camry over Samuel Lecompte in the number 29 Chevy Monte Carlo, and Pat Womack in the number 11 Toyota Camry. Group 1 coming up next for their qualifying race. And here comes the field for Group 1. James French turning the quickest time in provisional qualifying in the number 45 Ligier JSP 320. John Gooden in the number 29 Elan DPO2. Second spot, Travis Engen in the number 12 Audi R8 LMP. And Tony Smith in the number 15 Ligier JSP 320 in row 2. Row 3, Ralph Lamacchia in the Elan DPO2. In row 4, the 213 of Tim Roberts. In the Orica FLM09, Robert Blaine in the number 1 Honda ARX01 LMP2 car. Mark Brannon in row 5 and the number 78 Elan DPO2, Brian French in the number 25 Ligier JSP 320. Joel Quadracci at the 48 is in row 6. That's an Orica next to Michael Schmitz in the number 30 Norma M30. Row 7 has George Crass in the 55 Ligier JSP 315. And Awas Sadiq would be outside of row 7 in his number 069 Norma, but that car caught fire earlier today. I will see if he's in the field, but I kind of doubt if they got that car repaired, but maybe so. Jim Cope in row 8 in the number 21 Elan DPO2 next to the Crawford DPO3, car 03 of Thomas Erb. Phil Stratford outside of row 8 in the number 95 Elan DPO2. Scott Smith in the number 57 DPO2 Elan. James Hagan in the 8 Orica 03. Lee Milazzo in the number 28 Riley 23 track day car. Anthony Lisa in the number 2 Norma M20 alongside. In row 11, Danny Moon in the 74 Ligier JSP 315 and Mark Brannon in the 78 Elan DPO2. Thomas Erb shuffled back to the back in the 03 David Locke in the 18 Store WF1. Nick Grio at the back in the number 5 Riley and Scott Mark III. Well, clearly, Awas Sadiq, the car not damaged by the fire, the brief fire that he had down at turn number 8, as that car is in the field. So, tip of the hat to him and his crew, and I'm sure with some help from some of the other Norma teams here this weekend to get that car back in the field. Good job. Really good job to the safety crew here at Road America for getting on that car quickly and getting those flames put out. Probably a fuel leak of some kind would be my guess. And obviously it didn't do too much damage. They were able to get that car rolling again. Good job. Keith Frazier and James French bringing the field around. Frazier in the P1 Zytec, James French in the Ligier JSP 320. As they'll bring the field to the green flag for this qualifying race for group number 1. Combined with their times from the previous sessions, will set the grid for their feature race coming up tomorrow. The Group 1 race will be at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Pace car is into the pit lane. Here comes the field. And there's the green. Expect the Zytec might have a little more top end speed. as it is a LMP1 versus the LMP3 car of James French. Oh, we've got a spin right in the middle of turn one, but everybody's able to get around him. So no harm, no foul at the moment, at least, although it appears the safety car may be called into play here. Showing a stationary yellow here at the starter's bridge. Still running at speed. As the Zytec of Keith Freezer out in front. Field still shuffling for position, looking for some clear track. Again, as we talked about, these drivers not looking so much for finishing position as they are for getting a clear lap of the track. James French maintains the lead, though, in that P3 car. His first lap, a 2:22.5. Frazier in the Zytec, a 2:24.5, about 2.5 seconds back. Travis Engen in the Audi R8, up into third overall. So Frazier and Engen in that battle for second. That is a 4 class as they work their way down toward turn number 1. James French earlier this weekend set a 1:59.7, quickest time for a closed wheel car for French. So we'll see if he can get anywhere near that in this session. Looking at the lap times, after just one lap, George Crass actually quickest in the number 55 Ligier, JSP 315. As he got some clear track and put in a 2:14.8 for the fastest first lap. So in the early going here, a couple of the P3 cars with slightly faster lap times than the P1 cars of Travis Engen and Keith Freezer. Would expect that may change as the bigger cars get all the tires and fluids up to temperature. Freezer takes fast lap now at a 2:03.030. James French second quick at a 2:03.1, so about a tenth of a second separating those two. Travis Engen in the Audi is another second back, second in the P1 class. Joel Quadracci second in P2, fourth overall in the 48 Orica. John Gooden quickest of the modern sports racers, the number 29. Elan, DPO2. Robert Blaine, second among the P2 cars, second to Joel Quadracci. Blaine in the number 1. George Crass again showing good pace in that number 55 Ligier. 6th quickest overall, second only to James French in lap time for that class. But French's time from qualifying session number 1, the 59.7, still standing as quick time for the class, but it's still early days here. "15-minute warning for Group 10. Group 10, this is your 15-minute call to the grid. 15-minute call to the grid for Group 10. James French retakes the top spot, a 2:01.972. Quickest of the P3 cars. Freezer at a 2:02.712, just about 3/4 of a second. As the quickest of the P1s, Travis Engen only about a half a second behind at a 2:03.139. John Gooden continuing to lead the MSR1 class in the Elan. George Crass continues to be the fastest of the P3 cars in the number 55 Ligier. Robert Blaine in the Acura ARX-01 LMP2 car. Second quick of that group. Joel Quadracci still with the lead in the Orica 03. Slow moving car here on the front straightaway, the 57 of Scott Smith in his Elan. Off the pace here. Just coming by our commentary position. The purple flag is out for that reason. It's the equivalent of a virtual safety car. Everybody's required to slow down. As we have a car off course, I'm guessing. Car off at the outside of turn 8. Safety crew already on the scene. As that car is parked just past the apex off. That's right where Sadiq's car caught fire earlier this morning.
I believe that may be a waste Sadiq again. I don't think nearly the same problem, but problems nonetheless. Yeah, that is Sadiq again.
Wow. Car is not happy with hurry downs for some reason. Sadiq setting the 13th fastest time in this group. A 2:13.141 for that Norma M20.
Looks like they'll do a flat toe here. Nine and a half minutes gone by here in the session. And it looks like James French, as you mentioned, has picked up the pace a little bit before the purple flags.
Yeah, knocking on the door of the sub 2-minute laps, a 2:01.9 for his best lap in this session. He's already turned a sub 2-minute lap in the first qualifying session yesterday afternoon. Looks like they're, I saw the starter beginning to fold up his purple flag. Thought maybe they were going to end this purple session, but right now they're still at it. And the green flag flies as we're back to full speed.
Oddly enough, that was right as the leaders on the front stretch. So cars just going into turn one, almost about 3/4 of a lap down. If we were in race conditions, obviously this is still qualifying. So going for the fast times, James French on top of the race, as well as gone purple the last full green flag lap.
Yeah, the time order is French, Freezer, and Engen in that order. The three of them separated by about half a second. Actually, a little more, second and a half.
Oddly enough, that is how they will line up on the podium, so to speak, in the motor race as well. So they were on the front straightaway together.
Yep. See what kind of lap times these drivers can turn. Travis Engen dropping back a little bit, giving himself some clear track in front to see if he can find a little more pace.
Kind of really the first group that we've seen that purple flag come into play with.
Yeah, we had it in a practice session earlier this weekend. I think this is the first time in a qualifying session we've had that happen. Again, it's a good use of time. You know, it would take longer for the safety car to be pulled out and everybody to stack up behind the safety car. By using the purple flag that slows everybody down, gives the safety crews a safe opportunity to attend to the stranded car. And then they can call it off quickly in mid-lap if they need to, which is perfect for a qualifying session. As the white flag now being shown, 1 to go. Keith Freezer goes a little quicker, a 2:02.441 on his last lap. Closes to within half a second of James French's fast time in this session.
Just screaming across the start-finish line there was the 12 of Travis Engen, that 2005 Audi R8 LMP.
Not quite as fast as his fastest lap, but he's got this last one to click off as he makes his way around to the alternate timeline. Joel Quadracci also improving his time in the number 48. A 2:06.5 for his last lap. Moves him up to 4th overall in this session. Ralph Lamacchia also going quicker, as does Robert Blaine in the Acura ARX-01. Phil Stratford also turning his best of the session in the number 95 Elan. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for Group 10. Group 10, this is your final call. Final call to the grid for Group 10. James French goes a little quicker, a 2:01.502. Still not as fast as he turned in the first qualifying session, but the fastest of this. Travis Engen, however, moves up to 2nd overall at a 2:02.4, just about 9/10 behind French's time. So that bumps Keith Freezer back to 3rd in the order in this session anyway. Engen turned a 2:04.4 in that first qualifying session, so he's a couple seconds better than that. That should move him up to outside of row 1. Freezer and Joel Quadracci in row 2 provisionally. John Gooden and Ralph Lamacchia in row 3. Robert Blaine and Phil Stratford in row 4. George Crass and Tim Roberts in row 5. Tony Smith and Jim Cope in row 6. Michael Schmitz and Brian French in row 7. That's a bit of a surprise, as Brian in another of the Ligiers, the JSP 320. Sadiq, despite coming to a stop after just 2 laps, still holds on to inside of row 8 qualifying position in the Norma. James Hagan in the 8 right behind him. In row 9, the 43 of Mark Stratford and Scott Smith. In row 10, Anthony Lisa and Lee Malazzo. In row 11, Danny Moon and Thomas Erb, who did not take the start. As we move from our modern prototype class to Group 10, which is our modern GT Challenge and Cup cars.
Don't forget to head on out to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Got about another half hour or so coming up at 3 o'clock. That'll be the about the end of the Bring a Trailer showcase over there. Giving away a couple of sets of Michelin tires today as well. We'll pass along the names as soon as we find out about it. We're coming up from 6 to 8 tonight. Exotic sports cars and street cars on the streets of Elkhart Lake. Come join us for the Concours d'Elegance tonight. Again, some voting going to take place. We'll have some guests. Looking forward to another great afternoon in Elkhart Lake as soon as we're done here today.
Keith Clark atop the order here in the number 74 Porsche 3.8 liter Cup car. Mark Bowden in the number 46 Fall Line BMW M3. Nick Pekarski in the 331 Porsche Cup car. Jimmy McGlynn in the 110 Porsche Cup car. Car 120 is John Contardi in another Porsche Cup car. Brian Carlson in the number 8 Camaro Z28. Peter Cunningham in the 42 Acura TSX. Eric Polupchuk in the number 24 BMW. Robert G in the number 20 Porsche Cayman, and the 194 of Anthony Stevens in his 3.6 liter Cup car. Colin Schmitz in the 497 Cayman. The 53 of Matthew O'Toole, not for awards, in his BMW M2. John Snyder in the number 14 BMW M3. Max Fieldler in the number 5 BMW M2. Doug Karen in the 288 3.6 liter Cup car, and the 338 of Lawrence Trunk Jr. in another Porsche Cayman. Seb Coppola in the 28, a Ferrari 458 Challenge car. Fred Benedict in the 128 Mustang FP350. Patrick Kroll in the 061 BMW M3. Tom O'Toole in the 35 BMW M2, another car not competing for awards this weekend. Steve Simsek outside him in row 11 in the number 17 Nissan 370Z. Greg Crass in the number 36 Kia Optima GTS. John Whitaker in the number 88 Honda Civic FK7 TCR car. Thomas Hayes in the 191 Porsche 911. Gianluca Camplone in the number 45 Porsche 997 Carrera. Danny Stewart in the number 4 Audi RS3 LMS, and the 896 of Tanner Market in the Porsche 968. Brian Hunter in the number 37 Acura NSX, 1991 first generation NSX. Paul Ham in the 881 BMW Z3 M Coupe. Jim Bader in the 131 Panos GTS, and Scott Tyler in the 44 Audi R8 LMS GT4 Evo 2. Richard York in the number 41 Ferrari 360 Challenge. Chris Higgins in the number 33 Panos GT. And Adam Karen rounding out the field in the number 95 Porsche 911 3.6 liter. Howard Swig now shown at the front in the number 43 GT3C class car. Howard's best lap in qualifying 2 yesterday was a 2:23.167. We'll see if he can better that in this session. As the field comes across the alternate start-finish line.
That'll be the finish line, alt finish, specifically for these qualifying races today. Again, that's a good look at where it is just before the flying Green Bay sign that overhangs the racetrack. And the next corner is 14, and we'll see the green flag on this qualifying race as the Chevrolet Corvette C8 pace car hits the Screaming Sicilian Pizza pit lane underneath the NTT data bridge, and we'll get this race underway for qualifying 2.
Green flag flies. Keith Clark and Mark Bowden side by side as they make the run down toward turn 1. Mark Bowden in the fall line BMW, Clark in one of the 3.8 liter Cup cars.
And one of the real-time cars coming to pit lane here.
John Whitaker in that Honda Civic FK7 coming down the pit lane, one of the TCR cars. I think there's just 2 in the field. The other being Danny Stewart in the Audi RS3. Craig Crass also in the Kia Optima, so there's 3 TCR cars. Now there are 2. Mark Bowden sweeps into the front in the run down to turn 5. Looking for some clear track so he can set off on a flying lap. Bowden and Clark separated by just over a second in the second round qualifying this morning. The lead duo pretty much nose to tail. Mark Bowden sets the early pace at 2:36.4. But again, that's only the first half lap basically at speed. As Bowden and Clark come across the line side by side. Clark trying to retake that top position as they head down into turn 1.
Side by side, not going to help your lap time much.
Not a bit.
Slow you down quite a bit.
Yep. Oh, and Clark goes a little wide at the exit of turn 1. That opens the door for Bowden to go back to the front. Peter Cunningham jumps up to 3rd in the lap time sweepstakes in the number 42 Acura. 2:38.2 on his first half flying lap. This is the lap that we'll begin to see ultimate pace from these cars because they'll have a full lap at speed. But Bowden and Clark pretty much nose to tail. I think that's Nick Pekarski in the 331. In the 3rd spot, just behind Keith Clark. Petey Cunningham right behind him in the Acura. As you can see, the field beginning to spread out just a little bit as these drivers looking for some clear track so they can set a quick time. Under the Motul Bridge. Mark Bowden goes quicker, a 2:21.709. Still about 4 seconds off the kind of pace we saw in qualifying 2 earlier today. Jimmy McGlynn now second quick in the 110 Porsche. That's a GT3C car. That's one of the 3.6 liter Porsche Cup cars, so that's a great lap for Jimmy McGlynn in the 110. He was fourth quickest in the session earlier today. And this puts him potentially up into second. Keith Clark, third. Brian Carlson now fourth in the number 8 Camaro. That's silver Camaro Z28. Bowden and Keith Clark continue to run pretty much nose to tail up at the front, and I think that's compromised Keith Clark's lap time just a little bit, although he's only a 1/10 and a half off of Mark Bowden's pace, so it's not compromising him too terribly much. Trying to get a little draft off the back of that fall line BMW M3. Bowden right out to the edge of the grasscrete at the kink. Keith Clark trying to go down to the inside at Canada Corner, but Bowden maintains his racing line and keeps the positional advantage. Let's see what the lap time advantage, and it goes to Clark as he goes quicker. A 220.7, Bowden at a 220.8, so just about a 1/10 separating those two. Both of them have gone faster in the timed qualifying session earlier today. So these lap times so far won't make much of a difference. Keith Clark with a nose ahead as they cross the line. Brian Carlson now third fastest. Jimmy McGlynn back to fourth in the 110. Jim Contardi in the number 120 making an improvement up to fifth spot. Nick Pekarsky back to sixth in the 331. He was third this morning. Peter Cunningham back to seventh. He was eighth this morning, so only one position up. Howard Swig in the 43, now eighth. Robert G, ninth. Eric Polupchuk in the top 10. It's Keith Clark now with the fastest lap in this session. Has the lead on track. Mark Bowden going to let him go for the moment at least. See if Clark can get back down into the 17s where he was earlier today. Attention in the paddock, 10-minute warning for Group 8. Group 8, this is your 10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute warning for Group 8. John Whitaker into the pit lane in that Honda FK7. So no improvement for him. It's Keith Clark beginning to draw away from Mark Bowden. Let's see if the lap time represents that, and it does. A 2:18.1 for Keith Clark. Mark Bowden, no improvement on that last lap, so he'll stand on the 2:20 that he turned a lap ago. Brian Carlson does not improve as well. So Keith Clark on a bit of a tear here, a 2:18.165 for the number 74 Porsche. Less than a second off his best time from this morning. And he's got clear track in front of him, so another fast lap may be in the offing here. we've got about 5 minutes remaining in this one. Pair of Porsches behind them, Nick Pekarski in the 331 and Jimmy McGlynn in the 110, running in pretty close formation. McGlynn is currently fourth quick in this session with a 21.8. Pekarski just behind him at a 22.2, so about half a second separating those two. Brian Carlson still hanging on to third overall in that Camaro. It's the 28. He's quickest of the third quickest of the GT3B category. Jimmy McGlynn fastest of the GT3C for the 3.6 liters. Pekarski right behind him, fourth and fifth. And then fourth place in GT3B, Jim Contardi in the 3.8 liter Porsche Cup car. Then another 3.6 in Howard Swig. Petey Cunningham also in the C category, back to eighth now in the Acura TSX. Robert G. and Eric Polupchuk, your top 10 based on time. But here comes our leader, Keith Clark, on the way to the timeline. Let's see if he goes even quicker. No improvement this time. A 2:18.4 versus a 2:18.1 on the lap before. Same story for Mark Bowden. He's not able to match his fastest lap, so no change in the order there. Bowden using up all the racetrack at the exit of turn 14. White flag being shown here, indicating 1 lap to go. So as it runs right now, looks like Keith Clark and Mark Bowden will stay on that front row. Nick Pekarski and Jimmy McGlynn in row 2. Looks like that's going to stand as well. Brian Carlson virtually matching his time from earlier today. So he'll stay in about 5th spot, although he's third on the road in this session. Not a improvement over his 2:21.2 turned earlier this morning. Whitaker in that TCR Honda, coming back out on track in front of our leader, but he's far enough in front, I don't think he'll create any problems for Keith Clark. Keith Clark comes to the line. No improvement on that lap either. A 2:18.7, so about 0.6 off his best lap. Mark Bowden, however, does improve. His last lap was his best, a 2:20.6. Again, not quite as quick as he ran earlier today. Keith Clark into the pit lane after setting the fastest time of this session by about a 2.5 second margin. Mark Bowden not able to match. Peter Cunningham sets his best lap on his last lap, a 2:23.328, good for 8th quick in this session. And that's a bit faster than he ran this morning, but it'll keep him in about that same position. So looks like a row 4 start for Peter. So unofficially, we've got Keith Clark in the Porsche, Mark Bowden in the BMW. On the front row, Brian Carlson in the Camaro, and Jimmy McGlynn in the Porsche in row 2. Jim Contardi in the Porsche. Nick Pekarski in another Porsche in row 3. Howard Swig in a Porsche. Peter Cunningham in the Acura in row 4. Robert G. in a Cayman next to Anthony Stevens in another Cup car. Doug Karen in the 288 Cup car, and Eric Polupchuk in the 24 BMW. Colin Schmitz in row 7 alongside Lawrence Trunk Jr., pair of Caymans. Matthew O'Toole, not for awards, in the 53 BMW M2. Seb Coppola in the Ferrari outside of row 8. John Whitaker inside of row 9 in the Honda TCR. Thomas Hayes in the Porsche 911 in row 9. Max Fedler in the 5, and Craig Crass in the 20. Fedler in the BMW M2. Crass in a Kia Optima in the TCR class. Tom O'Toole not running for points. Patrick Kroll in the 061. Next to him in row 11, Fred Benedict in the 128 Mustang. Gianluca Camplone in the number 45 Porsche in row 12. John Snyder and Danny Stewart in row 13. Paul Ham and Tanner Market in row 14. Steve Simchek, the last car running in the number 17 Nissan 370Z.
TireRack.com is a proud partner of Road America. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide for personalized tire recommendations. Fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and a network of over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Stop down to the Spark Ops Metalworks patio, turn 1 by the Family Fun Zone. Grab a drink at the patio bar, catch up with your friends, and enjoy some great views of the track. Spark Ops Metalworks, the official metal fabricator of Road America. You visit SparkOpsMetalworks.com to learn more and see you at the patio in turn 1. How fast does a car have to go to make a 2-minute, 30-second lap here at Road America? Well, how about a 2 minutes flat? Find out the top speeds of your favorite cars with the CollinsClassicAuto.com Speed Zone in turn 5. Visit CollinsClassicAuto.com today for all of your collector car buying, selling, and consulting needs. Collins Classic Automobiles, proud sponsor of Road America. If you're looking for a Road America 70th anniversary gift with local flavor, head over to the Plank Road Distillery tent, located just north of the Paddock Shop, for your very own Road America rye whiskey, sold exclusively at Road America's ticketed track events. Stop by and purchase a bottle today. If you like things that go fast, you should try the Absorber. Nothing dries your car faster. It's available where better car care products are sold, including the Paddock Gift Shop right here at Road America. Welcome to the home of one tough animal. Bobcat Plus, Wisconsin's largest Bobcat dealer, has your rugged, reliable machines that get your jobs to the finish line, including tough Bobcat mowers, easy-to-use compact tractors, classic skid steer loaders, and new compact wheel loaders. From sales to service and rental, Bobcat Plus and Bobcat equipment are a winning combination. Visit us in De Pere, Appleton, Butler, and Eau Claire. Gear up with the best value and safety. RaceQuip keeps you covered head to toe, including youth products. Visit RaceQuip online or in the Road America Paddock Shop. Gear up, strap in, and go race. Crete Truck Centers is the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America, with locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin. Crete Truck Centers is your Mack, Volvo, Hino, Isuzu, and Autocar truck dealer. Find out more at CreteTrucks.com. Race fans, while the drivers battle it out on the legendary turns of Road America, kick back with a locally crafted cocktail. Carbliss, a ready-to-drink cocktail in a can. Carbliss is 0 carbs, 0 sugar, and full throttle flavor. Grab a cold, refreshing Carbliss at the Pearls, Altona at turn 14, and Los Amigos Locos at turn 1. Keep your eyes peeled for the Carbliss race car ripping around the track. Carbliss, live blissfully, drink responsibly.
Todd Trefford, quickest so far. Earlier today, he turned a 228.608 in that number 41 Porsche 911. Lisa Hansen, second fast in the number 110 Porsche 911S. Frank Beck in the 59 Porsche 914-6, alongside the 117 of Craig Sutherland in the 117 Porsche 911S. Ethan Alexander in the number 38 Legrand Mark 18. D Sports Racer Fritz Seidel in the number 36 Porsche 911S. Tom McGlynn in the number 8 Porsche 914-6. George Ballback in the 0 911. Christopher Candy in the number 67 911. Nick Clements in the number 81 911. Matthew Larson in the 27 944 Turbo. The 52 of Don Myers in the 69 Porsche 911S. Matthew Getzinger in the number 16 Porsche 911S. Robert Van Zelst in the number 2 Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car. John Daniels Jr. in the 13 Sunbeam Tiger. Jamie Jackson in the 70 Porsche 914-6. Larry Lunda in the 99 Porsche 914-6. Joe Donovan in the 469 Porsche 911 SC. Stephen Hoke in the number 19 BMW M3. Victor Avigliano in the number 141 Corvette Roadster. Edward Dulski in the 15 Datsun 260Z. Gino Carini in the number 127 BMW Z4. Ike Keeler is in the number 14 Datsun 510. Keith Conroy in the number 57 Renault Sports Spider. Mark Escookie in the number 101 Porsche 911. Marshall Moore in the 185 Datsun 510. Gerald Dulski in the 93 Datsun 240Z. Jessica Jonk in the number 28 BMW 325. Kimberly Meyer in the number 20 BMW 330. Chris Simpson in the 44 Saab 900. Randall Alexander in the 070 Datsun 510. Jimi Hendrix in the number 39 Porsche 911 Carrera. Alex Ames in the 84 Triumph GT6. Joe Stifel in the number 3 Miller Sports Racer. The 808 is Robert Bechtal in a Porsche 914-6. Jamie Horner in car number 6, a Triumph TR6. Michael Tews in the 47 Datsun 240Z. Max Joyo in the number 25 BMW 1602. Tim Holmes in the 53 Datsun 240Z. Robert Ball in the number 45 BMW 2002. Jensen Wettenkamp in the number 33 Sports Renault. And the 444 of Justin Pauley in a Porsche 911. Julie Dahmer in the number 18 Mazda Miata. Jerry David in the 895 BMW. Robert Bowler in the 94 Mazda Miata. And John Daniels Jr. in the number 13 Sunbeam Tiger. And 47th is the number 90 of Adam Carolla in his 1969 Datsun 510. Adam will be looking for some redemption here. Looking for his best lap time of the weekend. He did not turn a time in the qualifying session this morning. As Todd Trefford and Lisa Hansen leading the field past the alternate start line. As Group 8 about to set off on their qualifying race. And safety car heading into the pit lane. Todd Trefford and Lisa bring the cars up the hill. Trefford in that red with white trim, number 41. Lisa in the white with orange highlights. Craig Sutherland right behind Lisa at a very similar Porsche with the ducktail spoiler. 3 wide coming down into turn 1. As this big field of 47 cars heading down into turn 3.
This is the Marsha Brady class, as we call it. Porsche, Porsche, Porsche.
These Group 8 cars classified as medium displacement production cars. These are bigger than the 2.4 liter and under 2 liter Porsches, as well as the not for the big 4 liter Porsche Cup cars, which we'll see in another group. But a nice amalgam of BMWs and a spec Renault or two. And that Legrand sports racer.
Couple of BMWs sprinkled in the back.
Yep. But up at the front, it's all Porsches all the time here.
Little bold move to the inside there, going to Hurry Downs, the 944.
Lisa Hansen in front of a nice 3-car battle. Frank Beck and Craig Sutherland right behind her. As Todd Treffert getting away just a bit. His best lap so far this weekend, a 2:28.6, turned in this morning's qualifying session. Tom McGlynn, I think, has worked his way up into that battle as well in that orange 914.6. Actually, that's Frank Breck in the orange 1914.6. Sorry, McGlynn is in the green. Part of that second group. George Ballback leading that little subgroup. As they're on their way on their first flying lap. Ballback, McGlynn, and Seidel come across the line 3 abreast. Todd Treffert begins to get away at the front. Lisa Hansen has dropped back to the back of that 3-car cluster just in front of her. Craig Sutherland trying to keep Frank Beck at bay. And looks like he's getting that done. Sutherland in the 117. Now Beck gets a little better run out of turn 7. And he's going to try to hold the outside line. But Sutherland able to outbrake him down into turn 8. But Beck trying to find a way around. Trying to go around the outside of the carousel. That's a tough ask. Side by side, that 914.6, a little better balance than the 911. That's going to move Frank Beck up into that second spot. But Treffert will have the advantage of clear track here. Let's see what kind of lap time he can turn that into as he approaches the alternate finish line. A 2:29.8 for his first flying lap. Just about a second off his best time from earlier this morning. Looks like Lisa dropping off the back just a little bit of that battle in front of her, trying to find some clear air so that she can turn a clean lap. Fritz Seidel, Tom McGlynn, and George Ballback in that second wave of cars. Matthew Larson moves up to second as far as lap time goes with a 2:33.9 in the 944 Turbo. Fritz Seidel at a 2:34 flat. Frank Beck at a 2:34 flat. Only 72 thousandths separating those two. Actually, just over a tenth separating Larson from Seidel from Beck, so they are very closely matched. Then about 8/10 of a second back to Craig Sutherland in the dark number 117. Tom McGlynn in the number 8 914.6, the darker colored 914.6, only 22 thousandths behind Sutherland.
This group notoriously has always been very close, tightly packed.
Yep.
With their lap times in qualifying. Usually the longer distance races will kind of separate them out a little bit. We'll probably see that tomorrow, but these qualifying sessions, many of these cars are just always together, and like Ballback and Hansen always seem to find themselves 1-2 or 2-1, but nose to tail traditionally at the pointy end of the field once qualifying comes to a conclusion. But this group is tight knit as well in the paddock area as well, and but always seem to have the same cars. Always tend to gravitate to each other.
Yep.
Within this Group 8.
See Beck in that orange number 59, leading this second group of cars. Todd Treffert getting down into the low 229s, a 229.2. Frank Beck had second fastest momentarily, then Matthew Larson in the 944 Turbo takes over that second spot once again at a 231.9. That's almost 6 seconds quicker than he turned earlier today, so that's a big improvement for that 944 Turbo. Beck running at about the same pace, maybe about 3/4 of a second off his best lap from this morning. Fritz Seidel, 232.5 this morning. He's at a 232.8 so far in this session. Lisa's improved just a bit. She was at a 233.0 this morning. She's at a 232.9 in this session, so she's picked up about a 1/10 of a second. Currently shown 6th quickest, which is where she was this morning as well. George Ballback right behind her at a 32.9. Those two 27 thousandths apart. Frank Beck, Fritz Seidel, Tom McGlynn, Lisa Hansen, George Ballback. If you add up the interval between the three of them, it adds up to just about 2/10 of a second.
Once again, pretty tight.
Pretty tight. Yep. Yep.
Lisa's got a little bit of open track in front of her, and a couple of cars back is Ballback. The way that this pack is kind of running into the carousel right now, but she's kind of making a little bit of a gap in front of herself here, which may be a little bit helpful.
Yeah, Frank Beck just a little quicker, 232.7. Lisa at a 232.9. Looking for the first non-Porsche, and that is the Legrand Mark 18 of Ethan Alexander, the number 38 in the vintage D Sports Racer. And then it's a whole bunch of Porsches again. The first of the BMWs back in 15th, Dan Candy in the BMW M3. But everybody in the top 13 improving their lap times. Treffert knocking on the door of the 28s. He's at a 29 flat for the number 41 Porsche. And that's about 2.5 seconds clear of Matthew Larson in that 944 Turbo. White flag next time by. Attention in the paddock, this is 10-minute warning for Group 5. Group 5, this is your 10-minute call to the grid. Group 5, 10-minute warning. Matthew Lawson easily making the biggest improvement in that 944 Turbo. Like I say, a 238.5 this morning, a 231.3. So he's found 6 seconds to put him second fastest here. Would put him on the front row alongside Todd Treffert. As it stands right now with just over a lap to go, Treffert does not improve on his last lap. Just about 3/10 off his best lap. So a 229.082. This morning he was at a 228.608, so looks like he's going to be a little short of that time. As Treffert comes across the line to see the white flag. Matthew Lawson, however, does improve his lap time to a 230.5, so he's within 1.5 seconds of Treffert's time. Lisa's up to third quick with a 231.2. That's a big improvement for her, almost 2 seconds quicker than she ran this morning. So Lisa and Fritz Seidel currently would start on row 2 as it runs right now. Miata of Robert Bowler being reeled in by our leaders. George Ballback dropping back just a little bit with Tom McGlynn right behind him as they're looking for some clear track on this final lap to see if they can find a few extra tenths. Catching that Miata just at the, not a particularly great spot there at the top of the hill at turn 6. This gaggle of cars led by Frank Beck in the 59 914.6. There's Todd Treffert across the line, and he sets his fastest lap on the last lap, a 228.690. Not quite as fast as he ran earlier. He had a 228.6 flat, so about 0.09 of a second off his best lap, but still good enough to hang on to the pole, it looks like. Matthew Larson at 230.5. Will start alongside Treffert on row 1. Looks like Lisa Hansen and Craig Sutherland will share row 2. Fritz Seidel and George Ballback in row 3. Tom McGlynn and Frank Beck in row 4. Ethan Alexander and Don Myers in row 5. Nick Clements and Matthew Getzinger in row 6. Jamie Jackson and Dan Candy in row 7. Robert Van Zelst and Victor Avigliano. Ike Keeler and Edward Dulski in row 9. Stephen Hoke and Gino Carini in row 10. Larry Lunda and Marcus Cookie in row 11. Gerald Dulski and Joe Donovan in row 12. Robert Beckdahl and Marshall Moore in row 13. Keith Conroy and Kimberly Meyer in row 14. Jessica Jonk and Randall Alexander in row 15. Alex Amies and Joe Steifel in row 16. Jamie Horner and Tim Holmes in row 17. Michael Tews and Chris Simpson in row 18. Robert Ball and Justin Wettenkamp in row 19. Row 20 has Julie Dahmer and Jim Hendricks. Justin Pauley and Jerry David in row 21. Row 22, Robert Bowler and Christopher Candy. Mark Joyo, John Daniels Jr. and Adam Carolla did not turn times in this session. Final call to the grid for Group 5. Group 5, final call.
Road America fans, if you're looking for behind-the-scenes access to Road America and a chance to take your car out on the iconic 4-mile track, you can check out the Morning Drive presented by Torquay and enjoy a morning of special activities at Road America, highlighted by some on-track touring. 5 tickets for the August 8th event at roadamerica.com. Seats are still available for tonight's special private screening of Adam Carolla's acclaimed documentary, The 24-Hour War. Documentary follows one of the most famous battles in racing history, Ford versus Ferrari, and it's a must-see for everyone, not just motorsports fans. Don't miss out on the opportunity to watch this film with the director himself tonight, 8:30 o'clock at the Tufte Center. Purchase your tickets at roadamerica.com. We'd like to recognize our 2025 season corporate partners, the Aaron's Company, Sargento, Haggerty, Corvette, Briggs & Stratton, Brown County, Austin, Straubel Field, TireRack.com, WeatherTech, and C-Tech Cabinets. Our entitlement sponsors Expel, Bank First, Motul, Bring a Trailer, and Kohler Credit Union. Our food and beverage partners, Palermo's Pizza, Mission Foods Tortillas and Chips, Sargento Cheese, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Lakeside Pepsi, Torquay Coffee, Carbless Cocktails, Molson Coors, and Plank Road Distillery. Our fire and safety sponsors, Jefferson Safety, AMR, Crete Trucks, Bobcat Plus, Wheelan Engineering, Finish Line Towing, Safety Clean, and Soundhouse Hearing Protection. And our partner organizations, Quick Trip, Spark Ops Fabricators, Wisconsin Lighting Lab, Sign Me Up, Skag Power Equipment, Yamaha, H&R Springs, Milwaukee Tool, Jim's Golf Cars, Mulch Express of Wisconsin, Catalyst Exhibits, Sheboygan Chevrolet, West Bend, Third Coast IT, Edenvalder Stone, Gravely, Clean Tools, Collins Classic Auto, River Run Press, and your Wisconsin Lottery.
Here comes our field for Group 5. These are vintage and historic sports racers. Some Can-Am cars thrown in for good measure. Juan Gonzalez in the number 11. Lola T292 3-liter sports racer. Jim Buzgaloo in the number 7A Lola T294. Steve Cook in the 141 Chevron B36. Brian Garcia in the number 14 Cheetah Roadster. Jeff Miller in the 0 Lola with Kohler power. Timothy Nichols in the 41 New Art Can-Am tribute car. William Dreary in the 198 Shelby Can-Am. Tom Shelton in the 62 Lola T70 Spider. Jake Jacobs in the 33 Chevron B19. Walter Volrath in the Kodak liveried number 27 Lola T290. Lynn Larson in the 146 Genie Mark 8. Dan Long in the 98 Super Performance GT40 tribute car. Paul Hagar in the number 80 Chevron B23. Josh Bowler in the 95 Lotus 23B. Stanley Fulton in the 36 Lola T70 Mark II. Matthew Getzinger in the 26 Laboa Mark II. AC DeAugustine in the 17, that's a Genie Mark 10B. David Putz in the number 8 Chevron B21. Andrew Furia in the number 31 Huffaker Genie Corvair. And Forrest Barber in the number 54 Lotus 23. Chip Halverson in the 93 Chevron B36. Dan Chapman in the 52 Brabham BT8. Willis Murphy Jr. in the 25 Elva Mark 7S. Mike Helgren in the number 57 Bobsy SR2. Thomas Grunna in the 71 Relco Can-Am tribute car. Paul Joyo in the number 7 Crosley C5. Seb Coppola in the 23 RCR Ferrari tribute car. And Jay Stevenson in the number 30 Cheetah Coupe.
Green flag is out. And the historic Can-Am cars out on a race course under green side by side. And of course, these are timed qualifying sessions. The alternate start finish line at turn 13, the play in. 2-3 wide for a few moments going into turn 1. Pretty calm and certain. Good to see the Cheetah back out there. Brian Garcia in the 14 was stuck on the Skippy Road earlier today. Good to have him back in the field at play.
Looks like whatever the problem was, it wasn't too terrible.
Did put it on the rollback, so it could have been maybe a locked up rear end or something like that. But
couldn't get it out of gear. Who knows?
Possibly.
Yep.
There's one of the Kohler cars making way. It looks like that Lola not quite up to speed going into turn 5. Open the door. Talk about different engine displacements and configurations of basically what is a rolling wing, these Can-Am cars.
Yep. And the two Can-Am tribute cars, basically, the New Art Can-Am, a 2007 Can-Am, and the Relco, 2007 Relco of Thomas Grana, both more contemporary cars than the actual center seat Can-Am cars, but equally potent nonetheless.
In the tradition of.
Yep, exactly.
And that's the line they're trying to get to make their lap times right there, the alternate start finish. In this case, the alternate finish line this weekend. Time lapse begin there, so turn 14 really critical to get through because that's actually the first turn of your lap.
It's Thomas Grana out in front in that orange Relco. In the 14 car next in the order, Brian Garcia in the Cheetah. And then right behind him, the 11 of Juan Gonzalez in that 3-liter Lola T282. Grana setting a 235.7. Getting word that the Cheetah may be showing a little smoke once again.
Well, if they did have any issues, yeah, it's coming out of the tailpipe, it almost looks like.
Yeah.
Usually not a good sign when the smoke vapor comes out of the tailpipe. It's possible it could be a tire rub, but definitely looks like it's coming out of the center of the door underneath it. So that's usually where, yeah, so that could also be a loose line if they had any problems with the engine or if they had to swap anything.
Looks to be on trailing throttle too, so it may be, he's broken a piston ring or something. We'll see. If it continues to smoke, they will throw a meatball flag at him because they don't want to risk putting anything down on the racetrack.
Through kettle bottoms, yeah, you're right. It is definitely on decel.
Garcia, Steve Cook, Jim Bouzgalou, all in that battle. But let's start to look at lap times. Juan Gonzalez in that blue number 11, 3-liter Lola T282 is quickest, and he is quickly chasing down Grana in that big red Relco Can-Am car. Timothy Nichols in the New Art Can-Am car, so the two tribute cars running second and third. Bouzgalou in the 74 Lola T294. And fourth, Steve Cook. Fifth quick in the Chevron B36. Brian Garcia in the Cheetah, now sixth fastest. Gonzalez first full lap, a 2:18.7. His best lap earlier today was a 2:17.7, so he's about a second off that pace. Buzaglu, a 2:20 flat earlier today. He's at a 2:22 right now, so Grunna would move up to the front row with Gonzalez, the way it runs right now. Same story for Timothy Nichols. He would move up into row 2 with Buzgaloo dropping back to row 2 as well. But it's still early days, lots of time left. Attention in the paddock, 10-minute warning for Group 7. Group 7, this is your 10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute call to the grid for Group 7. Oh, big cloud of smoke, and I think that may be the Cheetah. Yep, he's off the pace. Yep, he's going to pull off as far off track as he can get so as not to bring out a safety car. Good job on his part. Pulling off there at the bend for the motorcycles. Thomas Grunna sets his fastest lap of the session, a 2:19 flat, just about a quarter of a second behind Juan Gonzalez in that blue Lola. William Deary sets his best lap in the 198 Shelby Can-Am. Not quite as quick as he ran earlier today, about a half a second off his quickest lap from this morning's session. Garcia done for this session. Before that turned to 2:25.1. This morning he was at a 2:20.6.
Now Jason Miller. Or Jeff Miller, rather.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
zero.
Jeff Miller.
Yeah, he's in the 0. Looks like he's going to be able to get back underway, though.
Got lucky there. That corner station's got a couple of concrete barriers in front of it. Didn't look like he made contact with it, but that was certainly close.
He's 12th quickest right now, 2:25.7. Checking his time from earlier. He was at a 2:20.8, so he was up in 5th leading into this session, so that time will still stand, of course. Andrew Furia in the Genie Corvair coming down the pit lane. Genie's, of course, built by Joe Huffaker. Leaders will see the white flag next time by. Tom Shelton.
I was just going to say Tom Shelton on the pit lane here.
Yeah, and one of the Lola T70 Spiders. There's a couple of them in the field. And Juan Gonzalez going to stand on that 2:18.7 turned in this session. The 2:17.7 he turned earlier today will stand as the pole time. As it stands right now, he'll be joined on the front row by Thomas Grunna in the Relco Can-Am. Steve Cook moves up to inside of row 2 in the Chevron B36. Timothy Nichols in the Nuart Can-Am would start alongside him. Actually, Bouzagalou in the number 7A would move up into that 4th position based on his time from earlier today, unless he can go quicker on the last couple of laps of this session. White flag in the air. Timothy Nichols in the Nuart Can-Am still out there circulating, trying to find about 0.7 of a second, which would move him up to inside of row 3, or row 2, excuse me. Bouzagalou will try to do the same thing, although he's currently 4th quick on the strength of a lap from his session earlier today. William Deary in the Shelby Can-Am also set a personal best on that last lap. We'll see if he can go better on this final run to the stripe. Yellow flag being shown here at the starters bridge. It has been withdrawn, so now it's just a white flag. Timothy Nichols dips into the 2:18s in that number 41 Nuart Can-Am. That'll move him up onto row 1. Sounds like we may have a cleanup in our future here as we have a car.
Clean up aisle 6.
Yep. Aisle 6 flags. Yeah.
Qualifying's been an interesting game now that the sun came out.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's like it's getting a little bit toastier out there. 78 right now, partly sunny. Or partly cloudy, depending on glass half full, half empty, whichever side of the fence you fall on there.
Yep.
Pessimist, optimist.
Unofficially, looks like Juan Gonzalez will still start on the pole in the number 11 3-liter Lola. Timothy Nichols, though, moves up to row 1 in that new art Can-Am, number 41. Thomas Grona will start inside of row 2 in the Relco Can-Am. Steve Cook outside of row 2 in the Chevron B36. Bouzgalou will hang on to inside of row 3 in the 7A Lola. William Dreary in the 198 Shelby Can-Am in outside of row 3. Jake Jacobs in the Chevron, and the Chevron of Paul Hager would be on row 4. Tom Shelton and Brian Garcia in row 5. Nathan Thompson and Jeff Miller in row 6. Stanley Fulton and Dan Long in row 7. Doc Bundy and Walter Volrath on row 8. Ron Pace and AC DeAugustine in row 9. 10 has Lynn Larson and Josh Bowler. 11, Matthew Getzinger and Forrest Barber. Chip Halverson and Paul Joyo in row 12. 13 has Willis Murphy Jr. and Dan Chapman. Mike Helgren and Andrew Furia in row 14. Jay Stevenson alone in row 15 based on the cars that turn time in this session. David Putz, Seb Coppola, Tom Simpson, and John Coyle did not turn times in this session, or if they did not have an active transponder.
My thoughts here are we're probably going to have a little bit of a track inspection here because they are asking all of the corner workers to inspect their surface. So that could very well indicate that we may have moisture elsewhere. I would think that that makes sense in turn 10, having a line and into underneath the Mission Bridge into the bend where Garcia pulled off. So from 6 to 11 could very well be the situation, would be my my assumption here. Because usually as the fluid comes out, that's what usually makes them smoke like that.
Normally, yeah.
When they let go.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, exactly right. It's kind of a early warning system.
It is indeed. So track inspection here at Road America for the moment. Don't forget, we've got the Concours d'Elegance in downtown Elkhart Lake tonight from 6 to 8. Come join us over by the stage. We'll do the awards, I would think, about 7:30 or so, like we did last night. And then the winners of those awards are going to be in tomorrow's Best in Show and the showcase over by Victory Lane tomorrow. And we'll give away some hardware tonight as well as tomorrow over in Victory Lane.
Awesome sauce. For those of you taking part in the Sports Car Concours this evening, parking begins in Elkhart Lake at 4 o'clock. That's about 25 minutes from now. And you have until 6 to get into position before judging will begin at 6 o'clock. And if you're late, Eric Miller will chastise you.
I will make fun of you.
He will make fun of you from the podium.
I will heckle, as I am known to do occasionally.
So Group 7 is standing by, but we are, like I say, taking a moment here for a track inspection to see if there is any fluid on the racetrack that needs cleaning up. So we are on hold momentarily. Dan Long in that Super Performance GT40 replica was the guilty party for the second line of oil up around turn 6 And then earlier on, we saw the 14 of Brian Garcia in the Cheetah Roadster have the problem coming out of the carousel turn. Well, it does look like there's going to be some cleanup in our future, so we're on an indefinite hold here as we need to deal with some fluids put down on the racetrack. Thank you for your patience as we get that done in the matter of safety, obviously, for the cars about to come out on track. And they are potent ones indeed, as these are the Wings and Slicks Formula cars. It looks like the cleanup has concluded, and we are getting underway here with our Group 7 qualifying race. James French has set the fast time of the weekend in qualifying 1, a 150.988. Dudley Fleck at a 57.4. Second quick from this morning's session, or yesterday afternoon session, actually. Hans Peter, third quick in the number 66. Swift 016, Formula Atlantic. Gustavo Jacobin in the Delara IL2, Indy Lights car, number 2. Gerald Sokolsky in the 46, Lola Indy Lights car. The Swift 014 of R. Bruce Hamilton, the 06. Mark Brannon in the number 5, Lola T9720, Indy Lights car. Joel Quadracci in the 44, another Indy Lights car. Daniel Parr in the 27, another Indy Lights car. Brian French in the number 8, Benetton B197. Formula One car are your top 10 based on qualifying earlier this weekend. Steve Grundahl in the Lola Indy Lights car. Peter Ruggiero in a Swift 016. Number 21, Jim Wright in the number 30, Swift DB4, Formula Continental. Philip Lewis in the number 25, Matic A50, Formula 5000. Patrick Donnelly in the 26, Lola Indy Lights. Paul Dudiak in the number 4, McKee, Mark 12, Formula 5000. Jim Stengel in the 75, McRae, GM1, Formula 5000. Travis Engen in the number 31, Lola Indy Lights car. Ted Wentz in the 24, Lola Formula 5000. Seb Coppola in the number 12, Lola T192, Formula 5000. Tom Simpson in the 77, McKee, Mark 18, and Walter Volrath in the 30A, Lola Indy Lights car. Round out the 22 cars taking part in this qualifying race. James and Brian French should be at the front. At least James is. I don't see Brian at the front of the field. And there's the green. James French in the Jordan. Number 11 out in front. Dudley Fleck in that number 22 Lola Champ car. 2005 vintage. Running second right now. Hans Peter in the Swift Formula Atlantic, number 66. Gustavo Jacquemin in the Dallara Indy Lights car. And then after him, a bunch of the Lola Indy Lights machines. Sokolsky, Mark Brannon, Joel Quadracci, Daniel Parr, Steve Grundahl. As James sets a 2:09.4 on his first half lap at speed. This one will be quite a bit quicker. James French looks to be pushing a little bit here. I think he's going for a quick one, as it won't take too long for him to catch up to the back of this pack. His dad, Brian, in the Benetton, has not come out to play in this session. James, a 1:49.663, fastest official time of the weekend so far. He did turn a 1:43 in practice. Dudley Fleck second quick, right at 2 minutes. 2 minutes 0:48. He has gone quicker. In first round qualifying, he was at a 57.4, so we'll see if Fleck can find another couple seconds. But he would still be in row one right now as it stands. Hans Peter just a little bit off his quickest lap of the weekend so far. He has a 2:01 flat. His last lap was a 2:01.8, so there may be a little time to give in that Swift Formula Atlantic. Gustavo Jacquemin in the number 2 Dallara Indy Lights car, another 4 seconds up the road at a 2:06.1. He's been a little quicker. He's had a 2:03.9 in an earlier session. Dudley Flex, that's his fastest time of the weekend at a 57.2, about 7.5 seconds behind James French, but still good enough for row 2. Hans Peter right at 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 0.8. That is marginally quicker than he ran earlier this weekend, so he's solidifying his hold on the inside row 2 starting position. As of right now, Gustavo Jacquemin would start alongside. Based on his time from qualifying 1, a 2:03.9. He's at a 2:04.7 in this session so far. Quadracci and Sokolsky doing battle for the quickest of the Lola Indy Lights cars. James has done a couple laps in the low 150s, but nothing quite as quick as his second lap, which was a 49.6. He's got traffic to contend with now, so I don't know that we'll see anything quicker than that. Six of the Lola Indy Lights cars, starting with Quadracci in 5th, Gerald Sokolsky in 6th, Travis Engen in 7th, Steve Grundahl in 8th, Mark Brannon in 9th, Daniel Parr in 10th, and then in 11th, the 06 of R. Bruce Hamilton in that Swift 014 with the 2-liter Mazda power plant. Peter Ruggiero the Swift 016 on the outside of row 6 as it stands right now. Jim Wright in the Swift DB4 Formula Ford, currently 13th. Patrick Donnelly in the 26 Lola Indy Lights car alongside him in that row 7. Jacquemin in the Dallara Indy Lights car and Quadracci in the quickest of the Lola Indy Lights cars, turning personal bests, separated by only a quarter of a second. Sokolsky also turns his personal best, trying to chase down Quadracci, but he's about 3/4 of a second behind. Seb Coppola, quickest of the Formula 5000 cars, in 16th. In the Lola T192, Jim Stingle in the 75 McRae is second. Ted Wentz in the 24 Lola. Paul Dudiak in the number 4 McKee. Philip Lewis in the Matic A50. And Tom Simpson in the McKee number 77. All the Formula 5000 cars at the back end of this group. On the final lap here for James French. Steve Grundahl, the highest placed car, improving his lap time, and now he has dropped off that list as well. So it looks like the field pretty much set here. Checkered flag is in the air. So it looks like James French in the Jordan will start on the pole. Dudley Fleck in the Lola Champ car alongside in the 22 car. Hans Peter in the 66. Swift, Formula Atlantic, Gustavo Jacquemin in the number 2 Dallara Indy Lights car. And then a whole gaggle of Lola Indy Lights cars. Quadracci and Sokolsky in row 3. Engen and Grundahl in row 4. Then the Swift of Bruce Hamilton, the 06, alongside the Lola of Mark Brannon. Daniel Parr in another of the Lolas. Peter Ruggiero in another of the Swifts. Jim Wright in the quickest of the Formula Continental spec Swifts, the number 30. Next to him in row 7, Patrick Donnelly in a Lola. Walter Vollrath in a Lola. Seb Coppola in the first of the Formula 5000s, outside of row 8. In row 9, Jim Stengel and Ted Wentz in the McRae and Lola Formula 5000, respectively. Paul Dudiak in the McKee. Philip Lewis in the Matic A50. And Tom Simpson in the McKee, rounding out the 21 car field. Brian French did not turn a time in this session. Final call to the grid for Group 6. You should be on the grid right now. Group 6 should be on the grid at this point. Attention, those of you taking part in the sports car concours at Elkhart Lake. The parking has begun at Elkhart Lake, so you are free to head downtown at any time to get your parking spot. Judging will begin at 6, so you need to be in position prior to that time. Group 6 are the historic big bore production and GT cars. 4-liter Porsche Cup cars and big V8 ground pounders, Corvettes, Camaros, Cobras. These cars, most of them did not venture out in the wet earlier today, so the qualifying in the dry yesterday will sort of set the order. Todd Treffert quickest with a 220.1 in the Porsche 911 Baby Turbo. Number 41, Jody O'Donnell in the number 46 Corvette Coupe. Second, Samuel Lecomte in the Corvette Coupe number 167. Rick Mooney in the 42 Corvette Roadster. Claire Schwendeman in the number 137 Corvette Roadster. Travis Frang in the 51 Corvette Roadster. Tim Cornelius in the 47 Camaro Z28. AC DeAugustine in the 84 Shelby CX4000. Samuel Lecomte listed in 2 cars, the 156 Chevy Camaro El Diablo in 9th position, 10th to the 82 of Damon DeSantis in his Porsche 911 RSR. John Anderson in the number 37 Corvette hardtop. John Spears in the 28 Mustang. George Biscup in the 11 Mustang FR500. Patrick Womack in the 55 Porsche 911 3.2 liter. Harry Dinwiddie in the 73 Corvette Roadster. Darren Lavaris in the 56 Mustang GT. Frank Beck in the 58 Porsche 911 ST. Cooper Dubois in the number 86 Corvette. Mark McIllier in the number 33B Corvette. Mark Hannafin in the 85 Camaro Z28. Nick Clements in the 89 Porsche 911E. Steve Hughes in the 79 Shelby GT350. Francis Florido in the 148 Porsche 911. Brian Morrison in the 76 Corvette 427. John Bergdahl in the 212 Mustang 2+2. Stephen Lisa in the 19 De Tommaso Pantera. Tom Linton in the 1A Porsche IROC RSR. Randy Nonnenberg in the 54 Shelby GT350. Bill Treffert in the 24 Corvette. Andrew Munt in the number 5 BMW. Patrick Peronet in the number 69 Porsche 911 SC. Jeff McCormick in the 60 Datsun 240Z. Trent Thompson in the number 9 Corvette. Anthony Marini in the 33 Ford Falcon. Charles Munt in the number 1 Jaguar XJS. Philip Taxman in another XK E Coupe, number 2. Every Stuckart in the 23 Chevy Corvette. James Dominic in the 92 Ford Galaxy. Evan Picori in the number 18 Chevy Corvette Roadster. George Biscup in the 11 Mustang FR500. Craig Sutherland in the 117 Porsche 911 ST. And David Roberts in the number 12 Porsche 911 RSR IROC. Make up your 42 car field. As Todd Treffert and Jody O'Donnell behind the safety car, making their way toward the Thunder Valley area. O'Donnell in the Corvette, Treffert in the white, red, white, and blue Porsche. Safety cars in the pit lane. The field coming under the control of the starter. Treffert and O'Donnell on that front row. Lecomte and Mooney on row 2, and there's the green. Expect the Corvette to have a little more grunt, but the Porsche might be a little better on the top end as they come into turn number 1. Looks like O'Donnell's going to sweep around to take the early lead here as he is going to try to find some clear track. The 17 Nissan of Steve Simzek at the back of the pack. The Dodge Challenger number 13 of Robert May into the pit lane early. Todd Treffert looking for a way around Jody O'Donnell's Corvette as they climb up the hill. Oh, we've got a spinner right here at turn 5. I think that's Florida. Yeah, it was. And one of the Mustang Roadsters has stalled. Or Corvette, I meant, did I say Mustang? I meant to say Corvette. Looks like the 86 was stalled, but it's been able to continue.
We are going to get the soap for that one.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
How dare you?
Oh. I'm so sorry.
But kudos to that Corvette, however, because that Porsche in front of him was not in a good position.
That could have been a T-bone into the driver's door.
Really nasty situation there, and heads-up driving on both accounts.
Yep. Yeah, that was the 86 of Cooper Dubois. So good job on his part.
One of the Corvettes just went around in 12 as well. That's the 46. That is Jody O'Donnell out of Dallas. Looks like returned and resumed. He was running fairly up front within the field. Of course, these are qualifying races, as we've mentioned before, that these are 4 times. Race mode conditions, however, they are going for lap speeds. Hardware is given out tomorrow. Sounds like the 46 may be losing some fluid.
Which may explain the spin. Some of that fluid got on his own rear tires. Todd Treffert, though, setting the early pace, but again, it's just half a lap. His best time so far this weekend at 2:20.1, turned in first round qualifying yesterday afternoon. Compton, the Corvette Coupe, second quick right now. Rick Mooney and Claire Schwendeman third and fourth, but it's early days. AC DeAugustine and that number 84 Shelby doing a good job of keeping a couple of the Corvettes behind him. It is that 46 of Jody O'Donnell right behind DeAugustine. Treffert now with a clear lap, a 2:18.8. That will be his fast time of the weekend. Samuel LeCompte at the 2:22. That's a couple seconds quicker than he ran earlier this weekend. Puts him outside of row 1. Rick Mooney and Jody O'Donnell in row 2 as it stands right now. A pair of Corvettes. Claire Schwendeman in the Corvette, AC DeAugustine in the Shelby in row 3. Tim Cornelius and Travis Frang. Cornelius in the Camaro. Avery Stuckert rolling down the pit lane in the number 23 Corvette. No improvement for Todd Trefford on that last lap. He was in the low 219s, but his best lap is a 218.8 so far. Jody O'Donnell, however, in the 46 moves up to third with a 223.4. Sandra LeCompte outside of row 1 currently with a 22.9. O'Donnell only half a second behind, so O'Donnell recovering from that spin on the first lap may find a little more pace and find himself on the front row here. Rick Mooney and Claire Schwendeman, 4th and 5th. Travis Frang moves up a spot into 6th in his Corvette. 227.8 for Frang in his last lap in the 0. Attention in the paddock, 10-minute warning for Group 3, Group 3, 10-minute warning for your qualifying session, Group 3. Trefford backing off his pace just a little bit. His quickest lap, a 2:18.8. His last lap, a 2:25.1. Probably a little traffic to contend with, but a 2:18.8 has got him solidly on the pole. LeCompte in the Corvette, number 167, best of the rest at a 22.9, but Jody O'Donnell still challenging at a 23.3 in his Corvette coupe. Closest to within 3/10 of a second of Lecomte in the battle for a front row spot. AC D'Augustine in the Cobra moves up a spot to 6th with a 2:27.365. Travis Frang has designs on that spot as well, as his last lap, a 27.4, only a 1/10 of a second behind Augustine. Tim Cornelius, another second back in the number 47 Camaro. John Spears in the yellow 1967 Mustang in 9th. Leaders should be seeing the white flag next time by. AC D'Augustine continues to improve in the Shelby. 6th quick right now at a 2:27.3. Needs to find another second and a 10th to move up to the inside of row 3 as it stands right now. But he's one of the few to improve on that last lap. Samuel Lecomte back in 12th also turned a personal best in the El Diablo Camaro. Robert May in the number 13 Dodge Challenger came back out after a early call to the pits, and he's just turned his personal best at a 2:33.3. Good for inside of row 8 provisionally. One of the Corvettes is pulled off, well off the racing surface down at turn 14, off driver's right, up against the wall. The checkered flag is in the air. Tim Cornelius improves on his last lap, outside of row 4 currently. So the unofficial order has Todd Treffert in the number 41 Porsche. On the front row with Samuel Lecomte in the 167 red, white, and blue Corvette Coupe. Jody O'Donnell in the black number 46 Corvette in row 2, alongside Rick Mooney in the number 42 Corvette. Claire Schwindeman in the 137 Corvette, and A.C. DeAugustine in the number 84 Shelby in row 3. Travis Frang in the 0 Corvette. Tim Cornelius in the Camaro, number 47 in row 4. Row 5, the 28 of John Spears in his Mustang, and the Corvette of John Anderson on the outside of row 5 in the 37 car. Damon DeSantis and Samuel Lecomte in row 6. Harry Dinwiddie and Pat Womack in row 7. Robert May and Mark McGillier in row 8. Darren Lavaris and Frank Beck in row 9. Mark Hannafin and Steve Hughes in row 10. Row 11 has Avery Stuckert and Cooper Dubois. Row 12, Brian Morrison and Nick Clements. 13 has Stephen Lisa and John Bergendahl. Row 14 has the 148 of Francis Florido and Tom Linton in the 1A. Row 15, Randy Nonnenberg and Trent Thompson. Row 16, Bill Treffert and Jeff McCormick. Row 17, Andrew Munt and Patrick Perronet. 18 has Philip Taxman in the number 2 and Anthony Marini in the 33. James Dominic and Charles Munt in row 19. In row 20, Evan Picore and George Biscup. David Roberts and Craig Sutherland did not turn times in this session. As Group 3, you should be on the false grid at this time. Maybe just a brief delay as we're recovering that car stranded down at turn 14, but it'll be a short trip up into the pit lane. Five-minute warning's been given to the field for this next qualifying session for Group 3. Sports 2000 and Modern Sports Racers, again, they were pretty much rained out in their qualifying session this morning, so this will be a chance to finalize their starting grid.
Don't forget the Sports Car Concours d'Elegance tonight downtown Elkhart Lake, 6 to 8. We'll be heading down there shortly as well. Be down there. We've got some guests coming up on stage. We'll give away some awards for reserve and first place tonight as well. And then those winners of first place tonight and from last night will be in the best of show tomorrow on your Sunday here at America's National Park of Speed, the WeatherTech Vintage Weekend with Brian Redman. Road America fans, if you're looking for behind-the-scenes access to Road America and a chance to take your car out on the iconic 4-mile track, you can check out our morning drives presented by Torquay and enjoy a morning of special activities at Road America, highlighted by On-Track Touring. You can find tickets for the August 8th event at roadamerica.com. Tickets still available at roadamerica.com for tonight's showing of the 24-hour war at 8:30. Following the sports car concourse, come on back to the Tufte Center and enjoy a screening with Adam Carolla and the 24-hour war. The story of Ford versus Ferrari. Film was released in 2016 and one of 3 racing-related documentaries, as Adam talked about it during a lunch break today. If you're looking for an affordable place to stay for the races, well, why not stay here at the track? Whether you need lodging for one person or a group, we have the best options for race fans. It'll save you time and money when visiting us here at Road America. You can check out roadamerica.com/lodging for availability and pricing. If you're in the need of cash, you can use your ATM card at the mobile ATM located in the paddock area at the Gearbox and Road America's paddock shop as well. Cars on track. And here we go. Another qualifying session on deck. I will see you downtown Elkhart Lake. I turn the rest of the day over to John Phippen, and tomorrow as well. I'll be in Victory Lane. So until tomorrow morning from Victory Lane, you guys have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the qualifying afternoon.
Have fun in downtown Elkhart Lake?
We will try.
All right. Our Group 3 qualifying session getting underway. This is our smallest race group. 14 cars are eligible. Steve Forer has set the quickest times so far. And again, this was in first round qualifying yesterday afternoon. And the number 84, Ralt RT41 C Sports Racer. Mark White alongside him in the 963 Carber CS2. There's a bunch of them in the field. Row 2 has the 02 of Fritz Seidel and the 262 of Kevin Leparski, both in Carbers. Jim Cope is in the number 50 in his Swift DB2. Frederick Seidel in the number 18 Carber. In row 4, the 89 of John Boxhorn in a Carber, and Peter Escookie in the number 20 Swift DB2. Philip Lewis is in the number 17 Radical SR3 in the modern sports racer class. Noah Arundel next to him in the number 3 Carber. In row 6, the 558 of Scott Cuny in the Swift DB2, and the 58 of Mark Daniels in a Taiga SC80. Mark Caskey is in car number 19. That's a Lola T8690 Sports 2 with Dave Kunzelman in the number 46 Radical SR3, rounding out the 14-car field. So Steve Forer looking to better his 217.9 if he can and hang on to that front row position. Mark White was about a second and a half off that pace in the Carber. That Ralt RT41, number 84, is in reality a Formula Atlantic chassis, but with a CSR closed wheel body on it, C Sports Racer body. So it should be a bit more potent, perhaps, than the Sports 2000s that make up the majority of this field. Couple more contemporary cars, the Radical SR3s of Philip Lewis in the 17 and Daniel Kunzelman in the 46. Car number 58, the 1979 Taiga SC80, Sports 2000, Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley, the founders of Taiga. As the field at the bottom of the hill, crossing the finish line, getting ready for the green flag. Steve Forer and Mark White. And the run up the hill. Forer in the blue number 84, Ralt. White in the 963, Carber. And there's the green. Ralt getting the early jump. Popping to the outside, the 0-2 of Fritz Seidel as he dives down to the inside of Mark White's Carber, trying to take over that second spot. And he does not make that pass, so he slots into third. Just in front of Kevin Leparski in the 262 Carber. And Carber Sports 2000 really revolutionized the class. John Fergus, who raced it both in club racing competition where he won 7 runoffs, but also had some success in the Pro Sports 2000 class back in the day. And that Carber was definitely the weapon to have. But before it, the Swift DB2, Dave Brunn's first Sports 2000 design, was dominant in its day back in the late 80s. And of course, the Lolas also a factor. Mike Caskey in the Lola T8690. Charles Duncan in a T9090, also eligible for this class, although he's not in the field for this session. Attention to the paddock. Let's make this a 15-minute warning for Group 4. Group 4, 15-minute call to the grid. Group 4. Steve Forer setting the early pace. Running in a different class from all of the Sports 2s. The Carbers in the S2A category, the Swifts in the S2B, and then Forer's C Sports Racer and Philip Lewis in his Radical. Dave Kunzelman in his Radical, all in the MSR Modern Sports Spec Racer or Sports Racer 3 category. Forer setting the early pace by almost 4 seconds for the overall honors. Mark White, or Jim Cope, excuse me, second in the Swift, number 50. Just about 3 seconds off Forer's pace. '17 of Philip Lewis diving down to the inside at turn 5, looking for some clear track. Lewis was 9th fastest in the qualifying session yesterday afternoon. Fritz Seidel and Mark White running nose to tail as they cross the line. Peter Escookie, Jim Cope, John Boxhorn across the line as well. As Steve Forer dips into the 215s, a 2:15.967. That's 2 seconds quicker than he ran in first round qualifying yesterday afternoon. So Forer very much in command of his class, the MSR3 category. Fritz Seidel and Mark White about a second apart as they battle for the top spot in the Carber class, the S2A class. Peter Escookie, quickest of the Swift runners, but he's only about 4/10 of a second in front of Jim Cope in the number 50 Swift DB2. There's 3 of them in the field. Scott Cooney in the 5:58 in another of the Swifts, but he's back outside of row 6 provisionally. Attention in the paddock, 10-minute warning for Group 4. Group 4, this is your 10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute warning for Group 4. No improvement for Steve Forer on this lap in the Ralt, as he stays with that 2:15.9 turned a lap ago. But comfortably in front of the rest of the field. Mark White chasing Fritz Seidel for that front row spot, about half a second back. White's last lap was his best at a 2:22.6. Seidel at a 2:22 flat. Jim Cope in the first of the Swifts is another 3/4 of a second back at a 2:23.3. His last lap was his best. Same story for Kevin Leparsky in the number 262 Carber, a 2:24.0, and he is only 0.05 of a second behind Peter Escookie in the battle for 5th in the qualifying order. Philip Lewis, quickest of the Radicals, a 2:24.1. Currently would put him inside of row 4. Dave Kunzelman in the other Radical, not showing a time as yet. 2:22.8 his last lap. Just about the whole field, with a handful of exceptions, setting personal bests on that last lap. Yeah, Kunzelman has not come out in this session. I'm sorry. It was a mistake on timing and scoring, showing him with a lap that he did not turn, so I apologize. But Forer goes even quicker, a 2:14.023 for the number 84. That is wicked fast. Almost 4 seconds quicker than his first round qualifying yesterday. Fritz Seidel at a 2:22 flat in this session. His best time yesterday was a 2:19 and some change. So Seidel not quite as quick. In fact, Mark White in the number 963 set a 2:19.4 yesterday. And that would still stand and put him up in road one with Steve Forer, as no one's gotten into the 2:19s in this session. In fact, the quickest time other than Forer is Fritz Seidel at a 2:22. And there were 4 cars quicker than that in yesterday's provisional qualifying. White flag next time by, we're told. Here comes Steve Forer to the line. Let's see if he goes even faster, and he does. A 2:13, 1:23. Forer is absolutely flying. Almost 5 seconds quicker than his first laps in yesterday's qualifying session, as the white flag is shown to him. Forer is almost 10 seconds quicker than the next closest driver in his class, which is Philip Lewis in the number 17 Radical. And again, none of the Carbers getting close to Mark White's 2:19.4 turned yesterday afternoon. The quickest of the Carbers right now is Fritz Seidel at a 2:22. And that's not as fast as he ran in first round qualifying yesterday. Jim Cope, quickest of the S2B cars, the Swift DB2s. Third in this session with a 22.2, although yesterday he turned a 20.9 in that car. Peter Eskuki in the number 20. A bit down the order, but a second or more behind Cope's time as it stands right now. Steve Forer rips off another lap in the 2:13s. So consecutive laps in the low 2:13s for Steve Forer in that Ralt RT41. Steve out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Fritz Seidel, also a Milwaukee driver. Quickest of the Carbers, although he is yet to cross the line to complete his 6th racing lap. Here's Forer all by himself on the pit lane. Jim Cope takes over second spot in this session with a 2:21.7 in the Swift. So he's quicker than the Carbers behind him. Frederick Seidel moves up around Fritz Seidel. Frederick with a 2:21.7. Just 14 thousandths behind Jim Cope. again, Mark White and Fritz Seidel, based on their times yesterday, will most likely end up in the top 3. Same story with Leparsky and Cope. Frederick Seidel will stay 6th, even though he's significantly quicker today than he ran yesterday. But it'll still put him in about that same spot. But just looking at the results from this session, Steve Forer in the 84 Ralt, Jim Cope in the number 50 Swift. Your top 2, Frederick Seidel and Fritz Seidel in row 2 in a pair of the Carbers. 2 more Carbers in row 3, Mark White and Kevin Leparsky. Then the Radical of Philip Lewis. Next to John Boxhorn in the Carber number 89, Peter Escookie in the Swift number 20, Noah Arundel in another Carber. Scott Cuny in the Swift number 558, Mark Daniels in the Taiga SC80. Mark Caskey alone in the number 19 Lola T8690. Dave Kunzelman in the last of the Radicals in 14th position. Group 4, you should be on the false grid. Just another reminder for those of you taking part in the Sports Car Concours tonight in Elkhart Lake. Parking has begun. You need to be there in your spot, but no later than 6, which is just about an hour and 10 minutes from now. As we have 2 more qualifying race sessions here this afternoon. Group 4 just about to come out, and then Group 2 will round out the day. Don't forget, tickets may still be available for the showing of Adam Carolla's car, the 24-Hour War, coming up at 8:30 tonight in the Tufte Center. Just check roadamerica.com to see if tickets are still available. Bill Walschlager on the front of this Group 4 qualifying race. Group 4 are classic monoposto cars, non-wings and slicks cars for the most part. Walschlager in the Van Diemen RF97. Tim Rose alongside in the number 91 Van Diemen Formula Enterprises 2. Pierce Rader in the 68 Lotus 69B. Car 4, Steve Grundle in his Brabham BT29 Formula B. Travis Engen in the number 1 Chevron B17B Formula B. Don Palambella in the number 31 Van Diemen RF98 in the modern Formula D class. Grant Greenfield not running for awards in the number 38 Speeds Formula 1000. Matt Daniel in another MFD number 90 Tatis RC98. Dan Kane in the 24 Van Diemen RF94. Jason Kelly, quickest of the Super Vs, in the number 70 Ralt RT5. Jimmy Vassar in the number 12 Crossley 32F from the Club Ford class. Patrick Flynn in the 29 Van Diemen right behind him. Reed Hazelton in another Club Ford, the 46 AAR Eagle. Chris Arrogante in the number 414 Crosley 35F Club Formula Ford. Dan Aarons in the number 127 Crosley 32F. Rick Hill in the number 155 Crosley. Jeffrey Tillich in the number 36 Lola T440. Mike Pop in the modern Formula D number 13 Van Diemen RF97. First of the Formula 500s is Clint McMahon in the number 722 KBS. Roger Carnoop in the Formula Ford number 10 Titan Mark 6. Dan Rhodes in the Club Ford 34 Taiga. Tim Pixley in car number 7 in another of the Super Vs, this one a Wheeler. Stephen Adams in the Club Ford number 59 Lola T540. Jacques Dressang in the Formula Ford number 121 Eldon Mark 10B. Jeff Fritz is another Formula Ford in car number 30, a Lola T204. The 69 Formula 500 is Jason Martin in a Red Devil RD Eagle. Tom Linton in the number 71 Formula Ford, a Winkleman WDF1. Adair Macaron Campbell in the number 65 Lola T620 Super V. Then the Club Ford of Thomas Roca in the number 51 Crosley. John Luxon in the Formula Ford number 49 Piper DF2. Daniel Hayes in the Formula D number 92 Van Diemen. Rod Bolhouse in the Club Ford number 189 Lola T642. Tom Porter in the Club Ford number 5 Taiga. Ben Holtzman in the number 8 Alexis 19C. Sharon Fry, in the Formula D number 93 Van Diemen. James Buchanan in the Formula Ford number 66 Merlin Mark 11A. Glenn Tilkey in the 00 Phantom Mark 1 Formula 500. Rich Stedaher in the Formula Ford number 95 Dulon LD9. Charles Bamford in the 21 Formula Junior Cooper T56. John McMurray in the number 47 Formula Ford Royale RP3A. Jesse Jurgensen in the number 22 Club Ford the Dulon. And Travis Engen in the number 1 Vintage Formula B Chevron B17B. Bill Walschlager and Tim Rose should be on the front row as they come across the line behind the safety car, getting ready for the start. Base car pulls in. Walschlager and Rose bring the field around. Walschlager with the orange tip on the nose of the number 3 Van Diemen. The blue 91 of Tim Rose alongside. And there's the green. Sweeping around from row 2, Pierce Rader moves up into the top spot in that Formula B Lotus, number 68. Couple cars going wide here, including the Eagle around turn 1. But it looks like everyone has been able to continue. Reed Hazelton in that AAR Eagle. DGF stands for Dan Gurney Ford. As Tim Rose dives down to the inside to try to take over the top spot from Bill Walschlager. In fact, Walschlager slotted back to third. Looks like Pierce Rader up into that second spot now, but we'll see. Rader back to second. And then Walschlager just behind him. Steve Grundall, I believe, in the number 4 Brabham in that 4th spot. as Tim Rose trying to get away at the front. A 2:21.7, the best time so far this weekend, and that's for Walschlager. As they come to the line, we'll see what kind of times these drivers are able to turn. Tim Rose appears to have the legs on the field in the early going here as he crosses the line at a 2:44 and some change. Again, that's for just the half a lap from the start line to the alt line on the first lap. So there's Rose. Walschlager has retaken that second spot in the serial as he goes side by side. But Pierce Rader a little more top end in that number 68 Lotus. Steve Grundahl slots up into fourth position in that number 4 Brabham BT29. You would expect the Formula Bs to be a little quicker than the modern Formula Ds, but based on preliminary qualifying yesterday, Tim Rose in that modern Formula C was definitely quicker. Van Diemen Formula Enterprises 2. If nothing else, the sequential gearbox in the modern cars should give the drivers a bit of an advantage other than the H-pattern box in the rest of these cars. Gaggle of cars battling for second. Pierce Rader, Steve Grundahl, Bill Walschlager, all running in a bunch. I think they're enjoying the competition rather than looking for clear track to definitely try to find a faster lap. Certainly bodes well for what we'll see in race mode tomorrow. Grant Greenfield, not eligible for awards in the number 38 Speeds Formula 1000. Another more contemporary car, up to second fast in the order, as Tim Rose clicks off a 2:20.501. That's fast time of the weekend for the class. Greenfield with a 2:24.9 in the Speeds. Pierce Rader quickest of the Formula Bs in the Lotus at a 25.5. Dan Polombella in the quickest of the modern Formula D cars. Steve Grundahl second in the Formula Bs in the Brabham. Matt Daniel second among the modern Formula Ds in the number 90 Tatis. Dan Kane right behind him in a Van Diemen. Mike Popp in another Van Diemen just behind him, all from the MFD class, as is Walschlager, who's dropped back to 9th. Walschlager's best lap in this session, a 2:27. His best lap yesterday in provisional qualifying was a 2:21.7, which would still put him on the front row with Tim Rose. Attention in the paddock, 10-minute warning for Group 2. Group 2, this is your 10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute warning for Group 2. Couple cars going side by side through the kink. That's enough to get your attention. But everybody makes it through safely. Walschlager goes second quick now at a 2:23 flat. Tim Rose at a 2:20.089 in the FE2 car. Steve Grundahl takes over the top spot in Formula B in the number 4 Brabham. Clint McMahon quickest of the Formula 500s in the 722 KBS. Jason Martin in the 69 Red Devil, and Glenn Tilke in the 00 Phantom. Well back from McMahon. Trouble for Rich Stadaher in the Dulon LD9, off at turn 7 with a mechanical issue. He's pulled way off to driver's right in the shade. So they will be able to continue without bringing out a safety car. In the Super Vs, Jalen Kelly in the number 70 Ralt RT5. Quickest over Mike Plotz in the 33 and Tim Pixley in the 7. Pixley within a couple tenths of Mike Plotz's time. In the Wheeler, Plotz in the Ralt. So a pair of Ralts RT5s at the top of the Super V class. In the Club Ford class, Reed Hazelton quickest in the 46 Gurney Eagle. Patrick Flynn second fastest in the Van Diemen. Daniel Aarons third quick in the number 127 Crosley. Jimmy Vasser not taking part in this session. In the Formula Bs, Steve Grundahl quickest in the 4 Brabham BT29. Pierce Rader in the 68 Lotus, and R. Bruce Hamilton in the Brabham BT36 are your top 3 in Formula B. Vintage Formula Ford class, Jacques Dressang quickest in the 121 Eldon. Roger Carnoup in the number 10 Titan, and Jeff Fritz in the number 30 Lola are your top 3. In Formula D, Walschlager is quickest in the number 3 Van Diemen. Dan Palambella in the number 31 Van Diemen, and Matt Daniel in the number 90 Tatis are your top 3. Walschlager would still start on row 1 based on his time in the first qualifying session as it runs right now, but Steve Grundahl, Bill Walschlager, and Grant Greenfield and Dan Palambella all turning personal bests on that last lap, and they are 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the road. 1 lap to go. Next time by, we'll see the white flag. Tim Rose all by himself in that FE2, the only driver into the 220s, and he's knocking on the door of the 219s. He's the only modern Formula C car in the field. White flag is in the hand of the starter. Grundahl and Walschlager not improving on their last lap. As those two come side by side across the line as they set off on their final lap. Bruce Hamilton comes by in the Brabham BT36. He's currently 9th fastest. His last lap was his best at a 25.9. Grant Greenfield in the number 38 Speeds Formula 1000. Again, not eligible for awards in that X-Class car. Is 4th fastest on the road. Checkered flag coming out now. Tim Rose across the line. No improvement for Tim as he'll stand on the 220.089 to put him comfortably on the pole. Based on performance yesterday, looks like Walschlager will start second, although he's 3rd in the order in this session. We'll see if he's got anything at the end. He does not. As Grundahl, Walschlager, and Greenfield and Polombella have all come by with no improvement to their times. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Group 2. Final call, Group 2. You should be on the grid at this time. Group 2, final call. Mike Pop does improve on his last lap. Looks like 6th for him. So here's a rundown of this session. That'll be combined with the earlier sessions. Tim Rose on the pole in the number 91 Van Diemen, Formula Enterprises 2. Steve Grundahl in the number 4 Brabham BT29 Formula B. Second quick. Row 2 has the 3 of Bill Walschlager in his Van Diemen and the X-Class number 38 of Grant Greenfield in his Speeds Formula 1000. Don Polombella in the number 31 Van Diemen in row 3 alongside the 76 of R. Bruce Hamilton in the Formula B Brabham. Mike Pop in the number 13 Van Diemen and Matt Daniel in the number 90 Tatis in row 4. Row 5, Pierce Rader in the number 68 Lotus, Dan Kane in the number 24 Van Diemen. In row 6, the 70 of Jalen Kelly and the 33 of Mike Plotz. In a pair of Ralts from Super Vs, Tim Pixley in another Super V, this one a Wheeler, next to Reed Hazelton in the 46 AAR Eagle Club Ford, quickest of the Club Fords. Clint McMahon in Formula 500, number 722, next to the 59 of Stephen Adams in a Lola Club Ford. Patrick Flynn and Rick Hill in row 9, Chris Arrogante and Adair McGoran Campbell in row 10, Jesse Jurgensen and Dan Rhodes in row 11, Jeffrey Tillich and Dan Ahrens in row 12, Jacques Dressang and Roger Carnoup in row 13, Jeff Fritz and Daniel Hayes in row 14, John McMurray and Jason Martin in row 15, Thomas Roca and Rod Bullhouse in row 16, 17 has Tom Linton and Tom Porter, 18 Ben Holsom and Glenn Tilkey, 19 James Buchanan and John Luxon, row 20 Sharon Fry and Rich Stadaher, Charles Bamford in row 21, along with Phil Gumford. Jimmy Vassar and Travis Engen did not turn times in this session. Our final qualifying race of the weekend coming up for Group 2. These are vintage production cars. "43 cars on the entry list for this group. Porsche 356s, Alfa Romeos, Morris Coopers, an MGB, an Elva Courier, or Brian Davis has been quick all weekend. Austin Healey Sprites, Ford Escort, C1 Corvettes, Triumph GT6, MGA, Healey 3000, there's a Honda CRX SI, a Lotus Europa, Ford Lotus Cortina, Pat Womack's car, a Lotus Elan, Alex Rourke, an MG Midget, Healey 106, the GSM Dart of Dennis Olthoff. It's been quick all weekend. The Datsun 1200 from Brian Petty in vintage C sedan. Triumph TR4 of Steve Myers. A pair of Mercedes-Benz 190 SLs. The oldest cars in the field, 55 vintage for those. Doug Radix in the 190, David Bizchek in the 191. Brian Davis and Austin Schmidt on the front row of this group. Kent Prather, the multi-time national champion, and George Ballback in the 0. In row 2, Prather in his MGA, Austin Schmidt in the Alpha Spider, Brian Davis in the Elva Courier, the cream over orange number 15. It's the blue Alpha Spider of Austin Schmidt. Prather in the white MGA, Ballback in the green number 0 Porsche 356. Dennis Olthoff in the 126 GSM Dart. Scott McQueen in the 106 white over red Healey 106. David Brown in the 012 Austin Healey Sprite. Michael Manser in the 103 Austin Healey 3000. Alex Rourke in the 62 Lotus Elan. Peter Mika in the number 47 Lotus Europa. Jamie Jackson in the 01 Porsche 356. James Coctavi in the number 282 Austin Healey 3000. Alan Tom in car number 1, an Alfa Romeo Giulia T Super in a B sedan car. Nick Clements alongside in the number 8 Porsche 356. Dan Wold in the number 35 Morris Cooper. Robert Van Zelst in the number 12 356 Speedster. Pat Womack in the 57A Lotus Cortina. Tanner Hurst in the number 18 Ford Escort GT. Russell McMullen in the number 42 Alfa Romeo Spider. Chris Candy in the number 34 Porsche 356. Evan Hubachek and another of the Morris Coopers. Number 7, car 50 is Bob Wagner in his Austin Healey 3000. Doug Sharipa, the number 551 MGB, David Amies in the 128 Triumph Spitfire. Josh Helm in car 43 is a Honda CRX. Brad Tank in the number 10 MGB. Eileen Wetzel in the number 202 Austin Healey 3000. Tom Rice in the number 23 Triumph GT6. David Bizchek in the 191 Mercedes. Doug Radix in the 190 Mercedes. Brian Petty in the number 147 Datsun 1200. Jeff Lombard in the 622 Austin Healey 3000. Terry Davis in the 119 Austin Healey Sprite. Steve Myers in the 181 TR4 Triumph. Dan Powell in the 33 Austin Healey 3000. James Dominic in the MGB GT number 188. Adam Carolla in his Datsun 510. Joe Stifel in a Sprite. Doug Sharipa in the 551 MGB. Karen Menny Jacobson in the Triumph TR6. And Jim Chanel in the number 16 Corvette are your field. Brian Davis and Austin Schmidt on row 1. Davis in the Elva, Schmidt in the blue Alfa Romeo Spider. As we're waiting on the field to make its way around to the start line, just another reminder for those of you taking part in the Sports Car Concours, you've got about 40 minutes to get yourself in position in downtown Elkhart Lake for the judging, beginning at 6 o'clock. We've got a full day of racing starting early tomorrow morning. The pre-war cars taking the green flag at 8 o'clock, followed by Modern GT Challenge and Cup cars, then Classic Monoposto, Modern GT and American Stock cars, followed by Modern Prototypes, Formula 5000s, Vintage Historic Sports Racers, Modern Formula cars. Second race for the pre-war and early post-war cars leading up to the lunch break. Track touring once again at 12:30. We'll have pre-race ceremonies leading up to the USRRC Invitational race at 1:05, followed by the second historic Formula One feature race, historic big bore production, vintage production, medium displacement production, and S2000 modern sports racers round out the day tomorrow. All racing all day tomorrow, as all of the qualifying completing after this group. Brian Davis on that front row in the Elva. Austin Schmidt in the Alfa Romeo alongside as we get ready to go qualifying. As they bring the field to the green flag, and there it is. We are away. George Ballback in that olive drab number 0 Porsche, and Kent Prather in the white MGA in row 2. Davis going to try to hang strong on the inside as Schmidt tries to go around the outside of turn 1. Looks like everybody makes it through turn 1 safely. Still some side-by-side racing a little deeper in the pack. There's the Lotus Elan, the Lotus Europa, the Lotus Cortina. Of Pat Womack. As the field streams down toward turn number 5. It looks like the Alpha is at the front. Oh, a little side-to-side contact, or near contact, between Kent Prather and George Ballback. As a couple of the cars going wide here at turn 5, leaving their braking a little bit too late. Everybody trying to find some racing room to turn a quick lap. Schmidt in the Alpha at the point. Davis in the Courier right behind, then ball back, then Kent Prather. Then it's Olthoff in that GSM Dart. As they head under the Motul Bridge and into the carousel for the first time. See Scott McQueen in that white over red Healy 100-6. As Brian Davis now down to the inside of Austin Schmidt. Davis takes over the point as he's going to set up for his first full flying lap. .012 of David Brown in his Austin Healy Sprite, getting a late start here, but he'll have clear track in front of him as Davis goes right out to the edge of the gator teeth. The top four pretty much nose to tail as they've dropped the GSM of Olthoff just a bit. Davis setting the early pace. His best lap so far this weekend at 2:39.5, set in qualifying one. As they come around to complete the first lap, the Alpha seems to have a little more legs down the straightaway. Ball back. Oh, Kent Prather goes around. Ballback has to lock him up to avoid. Prather does not make it to the gravel trap, so if he hasn't stalled it, he should be able to continue. Olthoff in the Dart now, right up behind George Ballback. Then Scott McQueen, then the Europa of Peter Mika. There's Prather, looks like he got it refired and has continued. One of the minis into the pit lane, the 35, I believe. Daniel Wald and the 202 of Eileen Wetzel in her Austin Healy 3000 have come down the pit lane. Meanwhile, Brian Davis and Austin Schmidt continue their duel as they've pulled away after the spin from Kent Prather. They've pulled away from George Ballback, who has his hands full with Dennis Olthoff in the GSM. Scott McQueen. Alex Rourke in the Lotus Elan just behind him. Late arrival, the 012 Sprite of David Brown will be coming under some pressure from the leaders as they're catching the back of him. Let's see what Brian Davis can do on his first full lap. A 2:41 flat. That's a couple seconds off his best lap. He's got a 2:39.5. Austin Schmidt at a 2:41.9. Olthoff next up in the Dart, third fastest at a 2:48.5. Scott McQueen in the 100-6 at a 2:48.6. Jamie Jackson in the quickest of the Porsches. George Ballback just behind him. They're about half a second apart. Alex Rourke in the Lotus Elan, seventh quick. Then Koktavi in the Healy 3000. Van Zelst in the Speedster. Evan Hubachak in the Morris Cooper S, number 7 in your top 10. Kent Prather well down the order because of that spin. We'll find a better lap from him next time by, I'm guessing. Austin Schmidt working his way around the Sprite of David Brown and a run down the hill toward turn 8. But Brian Davis with clear track in front should be able to click off one of his best laps here. Those two with a big gap over the third place running car right now. On time, that's Olthoff in the GSM. No improvement for either Davis or Schmidt as they come across the line to complete lap 3. Ballback goes to third with a 2:43.3. Olthoff back to fourth with a 44.2. Alex Rourke, now Coctavi up into fifth in the Healy 3000, the number 282. Alex Rourke in the Lotus Elan, 6th. Van Zelst in the Speedster, 7th. Jamie Jackson in the 356.01 is 8th. Scott McQueen in the Healy 100 back to 9th. David Brown in that Sprite, 10th fastest. That vintage F production Sprite. That car is quick. Kent Prather now 11th as he recovers from his spin. Expect Prather to find another 9 seconds perhaps. His best lap prior to this session was a 2:41.3. Tim Rice in the Triumph GT6 coming by our position. He's currently 23rd in the order with a 3:03.1 on his last lap. Adam Carolla, 27th right now in the B Sedan number 90, Datsun 510. A 3:08.959, his best lap. Brian Davis resets fast lap of the race on lap 4, a 2:41.039. Still about a second and a half off his best lap of the weekend. No improvement for Austin Schmidt as he stays about a second off that pace. Olthoff once again back up into 4th position, or 3rd, with the GSM Dart. Actually, Ballback stays in that 3rd spot. Olthoff back to 4th as those two swapped. Kent Prather up to 5th as he's recovering after his spin. Looks like the dart off into the grass at turn 14. Dennis Olthoff in the 126. Driver's right. I don't know if the car is running, if he's just waiting on the field to come by, or if he's stuck there. At the moment, they're covering it with a local yellow. And he's finally rolling. Doing a good job looking for a gap in the traffic, and he finds it. Is he going to head to the pits? Yes, he is. So he's going to stand on his 2:44.2. Good for third quickest right now. Actually, fourth quickest, sorry. Scott McQueen and Alex Rourke having a dandy little battle. McQueen in the 106, Healy 106, Rourke in the Lotus Elan. As we're going to see the white flag next time by for our leaders. Austin Schmidt, if he hopes to knock Brian Davis off the front row, is going to need to find a couple more seconds. But again, Davis, on the strength of his qualifying one performance, should start on the pole regardless of what he does in this session. White flag is out for our leaders as Brian Davis comes by our vantage point. There's Austin Schmidt. No improvement for either of them on this last lap. Olthoff, as we mentioned, in the dart in the pits. Kent Prather moves up to third spot with a 42.7. So great recovery drive for the multiple national champion in that MGA, number 26. Olthoff back to fourth, Ball back now fifth. Although again, I think it's an anomaly in timing and scoring. Ball back looks like he may hang on to third. Nope, Prather's a little quicker, so he'll be fourth, looks like. And then Olthoff behind him. As our leader down into turn number 8. Coming to the checkered flag for Brian Davis. And that 1961 Elva Courier. The late great Mark Donahue drove an Elva Courier to the F Production National title in 1960 and backed it up with the E Production title in 61. So again, the unofficial order from this session at least: Brian Davis in the Elva, Austin Schmidt in the Alfa Romeo, first and second. Dennis Olthoff in the GSM. Kent Prather in the MG. George Ballback in the Porsche. James Coctavi in the Healy 3000. Rourke in the Lotus Elan. Scott McQueen in the Healy 106. Robert Van Zelst in the Porsche Speedster. Jamie Jackson in the 356C Porsche. David Brown in a Sprite. Good run for him. Patrick Womack in the 57A Cortina. Let's do a quick rundown of the top three in classes. In the Vintage C production class, Brian Davis in the number 15. Elva, the GSM Dart of Dennis Olthoff, and the 26 MGA of Kent Prather, your top three. In the Vintage D production, Michael Manser in the 103 Austin Healy 3000. The 50 of Bob Wagner in the Austin Healy 3000, and Brad Tank in the MGB number 10 are your top three. In Vintage F production, David Brown in the 012 Sprite. David Amies in the 128 Triumph Spitfire, and Terry Davis in the 119 Sprite are your top three. In Vintage E production, Austin Schmidt in the 77 Romeo Spider. Tom Rice, in the 23 GT6 Triumph. James Dominic in the 188 MGB GT, your top three. In Vintage B sedan, Pat Womack in the 57A Lotus Cortina, and Alan Tom in the number 1 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super. In C sedan, Evan Hubachek in the number 7 Morris Cooper S. Brian Petty in the number 147 Datsun 1200, and Dan Wold in the 35 Morris Cooper S, your top three. In SSD, it is Tanner Hurst in the 18 Ford Escort, and Josh Helm in the number 43 Honda CRX. And that's it. David Brown and Pat Womack in row 6 overall. Alan Tom and Christopher Candy in row 7. Tanner Hurst and Michael Manser in row 8. Nick Clements and Bob Wagner in row 9. Brad Tank and Evan Hubachek in row 10. Josh Helm and David Amies in row 11. 12 has Tom Rice and Adam Carolla. Good recovery drive for Adam. Dan Powell and Brian Petty in row 13. Jeff Lombard and Terry Davis in 14. Peter Mika and Doug Radix in 15. David Bizchek and James Dominic in row 16. 17, Russell McMullen and Joe Steifel. 18, Eileen Wetzel and Dan Wold. Steve Myers, Jim Chanel, Karen Minnie Jacobson, and Doug Sharipa did not take part in this session. All right, all of the qualifying is done. We have our field set for our feature races tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. with pre-war and early post-war Group 11 cars, running right through the morning classes, leading up to the USRRC Invitational, the Group 12 race, right after lunch, followed by the finale for the F1 feature race for the historic F1 cars. And then we round out the day with big bore production, vintage production, medium displacement production, and sports 2000s. Encourage you to head downtown to Elkhart Lake to enjoy the festivities and the sports car concours tonight, judging beginning in about 15 minutes' time. Eric Miller will be hosting on the soundstage there throughout the evening with some special guests, and they'll be there until 8 o'clock this evening. So on behalf of Eric, my name's John Phippen. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the day today. Enjoy your evening. If you're not into Elkhart Lake, wherever you're headed, have a safe evening, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And as Eric is wont to say, remember that race car, spelled backwards, is still race car. Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning. Good night.